Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the channel. I'm Captain Quasar, and welcome back to another live stream. We this isn't my normal schedule. We changed the schedule up, and now I'm already going off. But the reason we're doing a stream today is because the last two streams from yesterday and the day before were a little short, so I kind of wanted to get one in just to stop in here, say what's up, show off a few Instagram posts, a few Reddit posts, and a few YouTube videos that I've seen recently, and then wanted to check out and give my take on. So, yeah. Let me make sure this is posted. How's everybody doing today? Let's fucking go. Indeed. But then I'm gonna send that in. Do 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 do. Swag like iDubbbz. Oh wait, no, I don't have it on. One sec. Almost swag like iDubbbz. Just give me 2 seconds. Well, more than 2 seconds.
Stoic.
There we go. Well, thank you all so much for coming in. Let's get started with some Instagram posts, shall we? H3 withdrawals hitting. I know, it's why I had to come on stream. It's like one day no stream, did one yesterday, and then I'm already like, we're fiending. I'm rolling back, my eyes are rolling back. I need my next fix. But sorry, I was reading chat. What are you supposed to watch, internet tough guy? Let's check this out though. I got some Instagram posts, not a whole lot, and honestly less Reddit posts than Instagram posts. But then a video from Coffeezilla, a video from Lus, and then a video from Cameron F305, the new content cop, on DarkViperAU. His last video that he did on empaths, on internet empaths, honestly, I thought was kind of a weak video. Wasn't that good? So, but it was mainly focused around DarkViperAU, and DarkViper apparently responded. So this is kind of like a response to the response of that. So I just want to see how this is all gone. Oh, Dogman, the new Dogman movie. I haven't seen that. I need to see that. You know, I was a really big Captain Underpants fan. I have what's that one book? You know, back in my day, we were reading some Ook and Gluck, you know? Kung Fu Cavemen from the Future. This was a classic. The Adventures of Ook and Gluck, Kung Fu Cavemen from the Future. Action, laughs, fliporama in every chapter. The second graphic novel by George Beard and Harold Hutchins, the creators of Captain Underpants. Not that Dogman? Ook and Gluck is goated. That's some real ball knowledge right there. But here's a question for everybody. I thought this was so funny. I saw this yesterday, like late last night, and it had me almost crying laughing. It's not that funny, but I'll explain my thought process as we go through.
Grinch is not a who.
The Grinch is a who.
He's not.
The Grinch is from Whoville. The Grinch has the nose.
He has a nose, but he's an animal. Like, they're huge.
You sound so hateful right now. You sound
You
so
sound like the
prejudiced.
mayor. You sound like Augustus.
He's fully who-blooded.
He's absolutely not a who.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
So what is he?
He's something else.
There's no frame of reference.
When they talk
Santa
about
Claus
him
is
coming in,
probably
they're
a
like,
who.
he's not like the others.
Yeah, not like...
Yeah, to be clear, the actual lore is the Grinch isn't a who, he is a what. And yeah, he went off course, came to Whoville, and that's why he's different. Which implies that there is a world of whats. Oh yeah, it says it right here. He is a what with adoptive who parents. But the part I think is so funny, the reason this had me almost crying is this is the exact conversation that was being had by the townspeople that got him sent up to the mountain. Like, this is how they were arguing in Whoville, and he was just having to hear it all day. Like, he's not a fucking who. He's a little gremlin. Look at him. Disgusting little fucker. Like, that's what he was hearing every single day until finally he was like, you know what? I'm moving up to the mountain. She doesn't even realize her hatred to what's. She's a whatist.
Like the other what's?
Whose?
Yeah, but he's still a who. He's not like the other who's, but he's a who. He's just a different type of hue. He's a different type of who.
And he has a different hue.
He's a different hued who.
Yeah.
He's a hoodie hue.
No, he's covered in hair.
Yeah, so he's a little hairy.
He's like an animal.
So are Italians. You're telling me Italians aren't humans?
Yeah. The Grinch is not.
Yo, Grinch 2 needs to drop already, and it should be the Grinch seeking out Whatsville. Now, see, that's a plot, and the whole thing is maybe have them have a little bit of like because in the movie he doesn't have like an angry demeanor as a child, but it would be interesting to have them have like more of kind of like the What's are a little bit more grumpy kind of people. And so when he goes to the Whatsville, he's like, my people, and he's all happy because he has this Christmas cheer now. But then he's like, oh, they're all grumpy. They don't understand the glory of Christmas. And so he brings them Christmas. And I also thought about this. If there is Christmas in Whoville, that implies a Who Jesus Christ. Where's town? I can't stay for long because I eventually have to watch the Cameron F305 video for myself. But all I gotta say is Cameron is based. We love him. Depends. Sometimes, yeah. Fuck those who's. Who? What? Like I said, as I started the stream, I think that Cameron is overall a decent creator, but the last video he made was a little lackluster. And my biggest critique for him is that he's making, and here's the thing, I don't think everybody needs to espouse leftist values and be a super progressive. That's not the point that I'm making. I genuinely just think that he is, he's trying to push back against something that he's willing to like do himself. So I'm kind of wondering how this video is going to, how he's going to portray himself in it, because you know, it's hard to call someone a degenerate when you're a degenerate. You know what I mean? Yeah, when he says the R word, there was something else too. I don't remember specifics, so I'm not gonna like, you know, hold his feet to the fire or something. I don't really care to do that too much, but that's why I want to check out this new video and just see how he's progressing as a creator for sure. And also, I'm somewhat of a Dark Viper AU fan. You know, we love some GTA 5 content.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying!
But I think that he should stick to the GTA 5 content. You know, 6, I know we have to wait till the end of next year, but we'll get there. So just wait it out. Just having this up on screen is a little bit strange, so let me play it. This comes from 3 Magic Words movie. Check it out.
Children of the Sun. Failure is an idea of the ego, not of the soul.
Remember that.
The soul does not measure life by winning or losing, by rich or poor. When something collapses in your life, it is the universe pushing you into the energy that is more in alignment with your soul's purpose. The masters knew this. Buddha, Jesus, Krishna, Yogananda, all taught that failure is the breaking of illusion, the falling away of what was never right for them at that moment. Through failure, pride dissolves, compassion deepens.
Is that all this movie is? Like, I'm kind of wondering. This is the same clip. This isn't a movie. This
Of the sun, do not cling to the things of the world. Children of the light, the struggles you witness today are signs of a world still in its early stages.
We haven't even finished the one we were watching. I need to go back.
And more empathy arises. Many awaken through loss, disappointment, and surrender, because these experiences strip the soul naked before truth. Failure can also redirect you when you are walking a path built from fear, attachment, ego, or greed. It asks you not, how did I lose, but who am I becoming? Know this, there is no failure, only challenges to overcome. Every fall carries a message to climb. Every ending carries a beginning. And if you become depressed, it is simply a sign from your higher self that you are not in alignment. The soul never fails its journey.
This is a way longer than I thought it was going to be, I have to be honest. He just keeps going. Like, the music cut out, and I'm wondering if it was just he had like a singular audio track and he didn't know how to loop it.
Only the ego believes it has.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember the Cameron allegation stuff too much. From what I remember, it was a bit of a nothing burger from what I remember. But again, I'm talking about his character. No, but and the Yandere Dev stuff. That it's all yeah. I think my opinion of him is drawn from the way that he talks and the way that he presents himself in his videos. I haven't looked too much into his backstory. I watched the Alex the Fiction video, obviously, the Alex the Fiction interview, but again, that's coming from what could be considered. I don't know if he can be considered, but what could be considered an untrustworthy narrator. So, should I keep this going? It's gonna go on forever. Okay, it finally restarted. I actually paused it right at the end, surprisingly. YouTube's glitching. Oh my god, a fun poll. What's wrong with me? It's a Saturday. Can I get a day off? Can I get a day off from the fun polls? I gotta think of a good one. Let's let another long ass monologue play. Where's a good one? Whoa.
Children of the sun, heartbreak and betrayal of human love breaks just wide enough for
Yeah, I'm gonna just move on to the next clip. What do we think of this? Just a little something if you've never seen. The move that freaks out non-Irish dancers. This has the same energy as this is the move that made LeBron cry. Absolutely not. I'm sorry, Rum. Let me do it. I'm sorry. Here you go. This is what you have to listen to while I figure out the poll.
11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1.
I forgot it does that.
11-1, 11-1, 11-1.
He broke the sound barrier.
11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1.
11-1.
11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1.
Try and do it. 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1, 11-1. I think it's pretty good. No, yeah, I know you mean the river dance. I think if I did that, I would roll my ankles. I did it enough from skating, so I don't think I should risk it. One sec. Let me put this poll up. Or I don't have a poll. This one's gonna be a question. I'm sorry, Rum. I'm not good enough with the polls. Like, what's a good poll? Like, what's your favorite? What grocery store do you go to? Aldi's? Target? Walmart? Like, I don't know what's a good poll. Honestly, I was on the fly when I came up with the communities, the the bad communities. Here, give me another second. Let me see if I can come up with a poll. Give it to us one more time, kid.
11-1, 11 1, 11 1, 11 1, 11 1, 11 1, 11 1.
What's a better? Here's the poll. What's better? 6-7, 11-1, 41, or 6-2? Because I love that kid. The kid that goes 6-2, 6-2, 6-2. That's my favorite. But this kid's a close second for me. That's a bad poll too? Damn it. I'm stressing. What? Um. What's the most difficult trick you knew how to do? In my prime, we were flat ground skaters, let me tell you. I broke my board trying to do a 3-stair. I got pissed. Too big of a boy to try and do any type of rails or stairs. I could do like a 50-50 on a box. I could do pretty good tricks, you know, flat ground. We started getting all right. Could never tray flip, but I could do like a varial. I could do a kick flip, could do a heel flip. I think the best I ever got to, though, was a double flip. I was able to do a double flip for probably like 6 months. And then it was when I was in high school, so it's like, you know, you go in and out of skating. You know, maybe I think I might have been doing something else for a semester. Lost my double flip. Poll, would you rather pee your favorite drink or poo your favorite ice cream? What is your fave Cap'n impersonation? That's a pretty good poll. What is your... See, but that's why sometimes they work better as questions. Because what if on this poll, it's a bad poll, and then I don't have I don't have some of the answers. If I make it a question, then you guys can just like flood the question thing with as many as you have, and then we can kind of like go from there. Favorite. There's too many that sound the same. Yeah, because there's Mickey, Towley, and Mr. Hanky. That's 3 already. They're all basically the same voice, but it's like they're slightly different. But then there's I don't fucking know what else is there other than that. I think that's about it. I got an old man. We got that one fucked up one where I pinch my throat and it sounds weird. There's that one as well. This is literally me right now. I'm stressing out. Fozzie Bear, there's Fozzie Bear. Pee a drink, I could do it more inconspicuously. Yeah, that's an easy one. I'm new. Can we get some examples of your impressions? Oh God. Let's see. The Fozzie Bear one is just so funny because all I do is just the waka. Fuck. Let me cough real quick. Clear myself out. About to just go. Ugh. But waka waka. Ah. Oh. I remember I tried to do Fozzie doing a Jerry Seinfeld joke, and then it ended up just going into a Jerry Seinfeld. What's the deal with airline food? Waka waka. Ooh, waka. Waka. Waka flocka. I do still think this one is probably the most different from my voice, because everything else is like just changing different aspects of your voice, adding more nasally, adding more nasalness. I don't even know how you say that. More nasal aspect to your voice. Or making it more high pitched or making it lower. I don't even know if I can do Elmo right now. I feel like really congested right now. Ooh, he's stimming. I'm trying to think of my if I can do high right now. Here, let me mute myself and try so I don't embarrass myself. Do the manager from Superstore? Oh, God, can I do Glenn? What's his actual name? He was in Kids in the Hall, right? Oh yeah. It's kind of like this. His is a little bit higher though. He kind of goes a little bit higher than that, I feel like. But he's got that. It's similar to Fozzie in a way, almost. We listen and we don't judge. Um, See that I was trying to do the Elmo because I feel like Elmo is in like because Mickey Mouse I have to work my way into. I feel like, but then Elmo is just Elmo, Elmo. I can't get it right now. I can't go that high. Elmo, because you have to have like a nasaliness in it as well. Elmo. Can't do it right now. Let's see if I can do Mickey Mouse. Because remember, I have to start with like Mr. Hanky. Because Mr. Hanky sounds like this. From South Park, he's high pitched, but he's a little bit raspy. Yeah, I feel like I'm too congested right now. But then, yeah, everything sounds congested. If I'm trying to do a Mickey Mouse, it's a little bit better, but it still feels like it's too much in my chest right now. I don't know how to explain it. Oh, the Mickey Mouse laugh is like the easiest thing to do if you can figure it out. Oh, it's just a lot of air in it, a lot of air in your mouth while you're doing it. I don't know if I can do Goofy that well. Gorsh. Oh well. Oh well. Whoa. Do you like his screaming? Whoa! I can't do it. Yahoo! Do that one. Stitch, probably. Oh, Hannah means family, right? Oh, goddamn. I'm telling you, I feel congested, and it just feels like I don't know if like my throat is inflamed or something. Like I'm doing that, and it feels like my throat's closing up as I'm trying to make the. Oh, let me see if I can do Winnie the Pooh. Oh bother! Oh bother! He's kind of like almost like out of breath. Oh dear! No, I can't. I see. It's not that deep though. Oh bother! I can't do it. I'm telling you, I'm feeling too deep right now. We're feeling a little too deep right now. Hit this one.
We're coming out a little too deep. We're coming at you at 65.6. The love. Allow your throat to close up a bit. If it closes up, it might sound better. Commit to the bit. It'll work eventually. See, this is just nice and smooth. Nice and slick. I could get my voice on the radio doing this, but all I gotta do is just hold it like this the whole time. Yeah, Winnie the Pooh does sound, he is a bit English. So manly. If I do this for too, I literally start feeling the pulse in my throat, like from my vein. Hold it tighter. Does it go deeper? How deep can I go? Eventually, I'm just gonna pierce through my throat.
Is that racist, though? What's racist about it? don't pass out. It's not cutting off oxygen. The actual like I forget what the arteries are called, but that's like on the side. What else? What else? What else do we have? Hit a Patrick Warburton. It's the poison for Cusco. It's Cusco's poison. Hey Peter. Hey Peter. Hey Peter. Hey Peter. Hey Peter. That's the one every kid does. I'm sure you've heard that thousands of times. That's Cleveland, kind of. Do Cleveland Brown. I don't know if I can do Cleveland. Cleveland. Goddamn, I don't know if I can go. It's because it's kind of like almost like a shrill. It's like a shrill bit of his voice, but it's still deep. I don't know if I can get there. Well, there's just a taste. I've still been working on that demon voice. It's not coming along, I don't think. No, that's what I was saying. I wasn't cutting off oxygen or getting the arteries. The arteries are here. I'm going in by like the vocal cords, I'm pretty sure. I think that's what I'm doing. Yeah, Cleveland's hard. It's high and deep. Maybe I did just cut off some oxygen to my brain, though. I am feeling a little... I'm trying to think of more, and everything's just passing me by. We've said I've done the old man. That's just like a vague one. Everybody can do an old person impression. You just have to sound like you're really out of breath.
You just get as out of breath as you can. You're trying to just make it sound like you really just are struggling to get all of the words out. Everything on the inside is failing, so you're making sure that you're putting every bit of effort into the last bits. I guess if you wanted to add a little bit more, you could probably cover the T-top.
Do you see spots? No, that's just normal. That just happens on the daily. We don't have to worry about that part. But here, let's see if I can do the demon one. This is the one I want to get better, because I feel like if I could get this one good, this one would be like my peak. Because what I'm trying to do is almost create like a double voice. I want it to be like two voices happening at once, but one of them just happening like through air. But I don't know if it's going to be possible. So we're going to try and make it work. But I'm just going to read through. I'm going to read through Evie's last chat to see if I can get it to work.
There wasn't the breathing. It wasn't the breathing I was worried about. It was the blood going to your brain through those arteries. It's sounding airy, but it's not having the double tone. There's a way.
My cat doesn't like that one. What's up? He literally came next to me and just started meerkatting. What's up, buddy? He likes voice acting. Voice act. You gonna get me? Really? Really?
You don't like this one? Really? Really?
Oh, okay. It's okay. Wanna go? Go. Don't start huffing at me. Hey, purr and meow. He walked away. I don't know if he appreciated it or not. He might have. This was just a random thing I saw on Instagram that I thought was kind of funny. Tell him, pss, 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 pss. Hey. Pss, pss, pss. See, we usually hit the... That's what we do for him. That gets his attention pretty good. The pss work better outside, though. We've started taking him for walks. We put him on a harness, take him on walks late night. He loves it. He loves it a lot. He gets scared of everything, though. If he sees anybody, if he sees any animal, he just starts going, okay, time to go home. And he'll just start as fast as he can, running back. But this is real life main character. His name, I don't remember actually. Let's hear it from the man himself.
Hi. That's Chocolate Madness. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
Why do they call you Chocolate Madness?
Okay, I'll be honest. When ladies see me, they can't resist. They go crazy. They go crazy for a chocolate. You know what I'm saying?
Are you famous on campus too?
No. You're famous on campus?
Yeah.
This is Chocolate Madness. What? Do you guys know who this man is?
Everybody knows Chocolate Madness on this campus.
Do you know him?
Yeah. Message me your YouTube. I'm about to bounce.
All right, I'll see you later, Chocolate Madness.
Chocolate Madness out.
Chocolate Madness out. Gotta respect it. Bro's just vibing. Okay. What do you do if you get in this guy's car? Never getting in this motherfucker's car again. This is my reaction. I can't remember his character's name in Friday. I haven't seen Friday in so long. Carl? It's Carl, right? No? Break. It's Craig. That's it. I was like, I only remember Smokey. I only remember Chris Tucker. Someone pointed out, yeah, one pothole while pushing down would be the end. If he just nicks his foot on anything, like something in the road, his whole leg is going to get ripped out of this. And also, we know that's not stopping anything. Like this is clearly a joke. But it's a joke at what cost? Break. He no longer has soles to his shoes. That sound means the car is working better. It's about to go into betterer mode. And then here's a little trick for all of you that might do some construction. A little trick I saw.
I'm going to show you guys how to lift a sheet of plywood with 2 hands. Ain't no need for help. You just grab it like that. What is this? 2-inch plywood? Just pick it up, apparently right there. Try that again. Yeah. Try that again.
I don't think it knocked him fully unconscious, but it totally rocked him.
I'm going to show you guys how to lift a sheet of plywood with 2 hands. Ain't no need for help.
No, literally.
Just grab it like that.
It is just a solid.
What is this? 2-inch plywood? Just pick it up, apparently right there.
It was too loud. The bonk didn't even sound.
Try that again.
I'm trying to time it right. Oh my god. One more? The audio is also out of sync, just slightly. Okay, oh my god. Is it okay if the poll only has 2 options? Because I kind of thought of an interesting one. Who would win in a fight, iDubbbz or DarkViperAU? Stoic or 15 pages? 15, 14.
Stoic.
Why can you not stop lying?
I just feel like he might have the energy for it, you know? He seems a little spry. I know he plays video games all day. But I don't know. He might show up and show out. He also has technically a better record than Ida. Is that a decent poll? Okay, I'm gonna put it up. Let's see. Who would win in a fight?
Stoic.
Why can you not stop lying?
Who do we think?
What is wrong with you?
Wow, 14 pages for the win.
Stoic.
He's not low in energy. He's
Stoic. Stoic. Stoic.
But let's hop over to Reddit now. We have a few things to look at real quick. I'm not going to play this with audio because I don't know if this is going to get claimed for playing this. I hope not. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Let's not talk about it too much. But basically, last night, Jake Paul fought Anthony Joshua. Literally, terrible matchmaking. I don't know why he thought that this would go well. I think that his excuse is basically this. He got somebody who way outsized him. And so his excuse is now going to be that, like, obviously Anthony Joshua is a former champion. Of course he would beat me. But he also picked Anthony Joshua because he knows that he's been knocked out recently and probably thought that if I get one good shot on him, I might be able to knock him out. And that didn't happen. Even though he did get a good shot on him, like, once. But here's what ended up happening in the fight. Literally the most, like, this is just like textbook. To the body, lowers guard, to the head, dropped. And he said, whoa, whoa. And I think genuinely this wasn't rigged purely for the purpose of Jake Paul proving to people that he doesn't rig fights. He's truly that raw. And he got fucked raw. That was a bit vulgar. I'm sorry. Give me a bonk. Sorry, that was a little heavy. My bad. Some people wanted him, like, out cold, but I think he got outclassed, and I think that that's a little bit better in this context. And let's just see it one more time from a different angle. He knocked the sweat off of him with that hook, though. That was kind of nice. And there's that. And then after the fight, Jack Doherty and friends get chased down by Andrei Arlovsky, former UFC heavyweight champion, outside of Jake Paul boxing event. And I really want to break this down because I don't know what happened before this. Who knows? Maybe Andre was being the aggressor. Who knows? I truly don't. But he's grabbing on this kid right here. I call him a kid. He's probably like 28, but, you know, some guy. No, he's Jack Doherty's friend. He's probably younger, but you get what I'm saying. He's grabbing on this guy here. God damn, that's so loud. This guy hits him in the back of the head with, like, the most, like, wild throw ever. Like, you're not the one he's focused on, bro. You could try and get a perfect, just, like, straight to the jaw right here. You could actually have the opportunity to knock out the UFC heavyweight champ, the former UFC heavyweight champ. But instead, he decides to throw. I mean, I guess back of the head shot could also do some good damage. But this guy's throwing like a limp noodle. Hits him in the back of the head. This guy's getting clobbered. He gets a little kick, just a little tap to the butt. But then I thought about it, and I was like, from an actual, like, MMA fighter, that does not feel good. He probably just felt like he got a log to the back, like, to his back. The jaw picks were nasty. Oh, I haven't seen that. Let me see. Oh, you mean the one of it, like, sideways when he's getting punched? Yeah, let me pull that up too. I forgot that was it. But I'll pull that up after. But so this is the fight that's happening. it kind of a nothing burger from there. But then also, I'm sorry, let me go back to the beginning because I forgot to break this part down. Here's Jack. This is Jack right here. Notice him in a security guard. Low-key, smart security guard. He knows, he must know who this is. And he's like, I am not getting in this. I'm Jack's bodyguard. Let these two dopes get dropped. But Jack's like, please protect me. He grabs his bicep. He's like, oh, grabs his tricep. He's like, oh, please, please, do something. Oh, a close-up of his mouth open? Oh, I'll see if I can find that. Isn't that the one bodyguard who attempted murder on the one guy by pushing him really hard to the ground? It might be. And then I guess that proves it again, right? That these security guards are kind of just... They're also cowards in a sense. Because, yeah, like I said, smart on him for not going after him. But also, you do like trying to size up people. Like these security guards are often pieces of shit. I don't know if it's this guy. Maybe he got a new security guard. I'm not finding the image. I see this one. This is hilarious. This is literally, this looks like a joke. Actually got jawed. Chin check for real. Oh, are you talking about this video with like his teeth pushed in? Because yeah, I don't know if I can show that. Yeah, basically from this, it busted his jaw on these teeth. I don't know if I can show the one with his mouth open showing like the broken part of his jaw. Yikes. I mean, that happens. That's the sport, right? God damn. Apparently double broken jaw based on this Jake Paul post. Yeah, it was a close-up of that. Yeah. Literally, on this side, though, you could just see these teeth basically pushed in. Like, push down, push in. Very bad. But I guess what do you expect from this? This looks terrible. But now we're moving on to this. Out of the fighting. So scary. Hassan imagines suing Lonerbox over copyright. Lonerbox pushes back. So let's hear what Lonerbox's take is here. What's your claim, Lonerbox? Oh no, Lonerbox is covered. Guess I do have to do this. Fine.
Dude, I sued Bonerbox openly in an effort to financially put him underwater, and I basically found like a copyright reason to do so, right? And I just fucking openly sued him, and I made him do an apology in the.
How long do you plan on being live, Captain? I need to do D&D session prep soon, but I'm procrastinating hard. It's been some months. We went on a hiatus because I was busy with graduation. I graduated September. Oh, congratulations. I'm probably going to go for a bit. The video on DarkViperAU is kind of long. It's like I think it's like an hour long. So I'll probably be on for a bit. But feel free to come and go. Feel free to watch the VOD later as well. I really do appreciate you stopping in at all. I appreciate it. I hope that sounds like fun, though. I hope it's a good time. But let's keep it going.
The process. Do you think?
Oh, but what I was going to say is this is funny because, again, he's making it out as if it's a frivolous lawsuit. Casey Tron said it in her statement that it wasn't. it just isn't, like, plainly, because it is a certain standard that they met, and that standard being that they explicitly were attempting to siphon views away from the original copyrighted material. The copyright was placed on it, and you could say that that was like setting a bear trap or whatever, I guess, if that's what you want to say. But I think it's less setting a bear trap, and it's like just getting things ready, trying to protect your content. And again, he's not even overextending his actual copyright on the content, on Ethan specifically. Sorry, I guess I should be more specific. Ethan Klein is not overstepping his use of his copyright because he is allowing other people that reacted to it just to have their streams, videos, VODs all up because they did not reach this level of criteria, or they did not. You get what I'm saying. They did not meet the standard. But yes, let's continue. If you fabricated a lawsuit, also, this is a dumb thing to say if you would ever want to sue Lonerbox, just reasons. And I feel like this could be thrown back in your face at some point if you tried to do a frivolous lawsuit.
People would be talking about how based it is. Do you think that, people would be...
The difference is, you fucking hypocritical retard.
Yeah, registering your copyright seems super mundane, to be honest. Yeah, it's not about registering your copyright. Again, it's about the limitations that you put on your copyright. Because you don't even need like a copyright. Like you could for YouTube specifically. Like obviously this doesn't extend to Twitch, but for YouTube specifically, you could just claim people that are like using your stuff. Like that's just how it works. If people are using your content, you do have the ability to claim them. Like I got an upload, like a thing from Alex uploaded one of my stream clips because we were in it together. And since we were in it together, I would have been, or since it was from one of my streams, I would have been able to use it even though he was in the content as well. So it's like if you were maybe like a, and I don't know how much that extends to reaction content. Maybe it's more or less, but there's still that possibility of that being an option. And again, you can also always just do the takedown for your content and then take it to court from there. Like there's all these different ways of dealing with copyright and striking and doing these different things. The main problem I see, and then the fact that the kind of like another reason on top of them being so flagrantly abusing copyright is the fact that Twitch seems to have such like a weak system in enforcing copyright law. And and people could say, oh, well, you're just being like you're acting like a fed. Oh, you're a snitch. Oh, this and that. And it's like, no, because what you're doing is you're abusing just because the system isn't put in place does not mean that you should hand wave all of the actual laws that you should be following, because eventually it could lead to heavier restrictions being put in place. And that's kind of like the benefit of what Ethan's doing, is because he is basically establishing that level. He had done it for videos, for video reactions, and now he's doing it for streaming, about what the standard should be. And I think regardless of reactor or reactee, I think it would benefit both parties in figuring out what those limitations should be, what those standards should be for fair use.
Is first of all, I react pretty aggressively to everything that you say. Like for every fucking 5 seconds you talk, I'll talk for like a minute about how...
I have to push back a little bit, Lonerbox. There are some times where I'm listening, and maybe not on your videos. The videos you upload are edited pretty well to make sure that you cut out like the dead air. But there have been moments where I'm watching your stream, and maybe not Hassan specifically, but there are definitely moments where I'm like, oh shit, I'm watching a Lonerbox stream. When was the last time he talked? And no hate to Lonerbox, because I think that honestly, when he speaks, it is much more valuable than anything I say or a lot of other streamers, depending on the topic. In terms of comedy, I'm the best. But I do think that there are moments when he does not react hard enough if we want to make that criticism.
Fucking stupid you are. And second of all, I don't lie about you. I don't do, like, again, if I
wish Lonerbox wouldn't use the R slur. And it's, see, I think that it's funny for him to use it too, and not funny in a good way, funny in a bad way. Because I remember he literally in the same, it was like in the same it was in a stream, and it was like within a few minutes of each other, he was like, oh, and there this person goes using gay as a pejorative just to make fun of somebody, and then a few minutes later called somebody the R word. And it was just like, and I understand people say he is autistic, so and he says that too, that he is autistic, so he feels like a level of like ownership over it. But again, I think it is the utilization in which you use it, because again, I'm not black, but if a black person calls another black person the hard R, I think they're still going to feel some type of way about it. They might be a little bit more confused, but I don't think that it's all just, it's all good. It's about the ways that you're using the words for sure. Is react the R slur? Hadn't thought about that. That's the R word Hassan wants to get rid of. And Denims and Frogan.
literally said, oh yeah, let's just steal a bunch of Hassan content and do a shitty ass react, and you sued me, then it's like, what grounds would I have to complain about that? Like, I've clearly fucked around and in the most obvious way, and if I find out, well, fuck me, I guess. Like, that would be a real shame, but what could I say? But as far as like any other underlying pretext for you to have like a spiteful or like to have a vendetta against me, dude,
yeah, perfectly put. Yeah, what Lonerbox does isn't reclaiming the word. Yeah, it's just using it. It's another use of the slur. And again, I'm not trying to like... I never want to come across as some holier than thou, but some holier than thou person, because obviously we all get in our own fits, but I definitely have tried for a long time to manage my speech, especially in a public setting, because I obviously, and I made this point too, obviously I think everybody has these thoughts in passing, but you should also probably correct those thoughts because those are ingrained in you by like, aspects of society, the normative nature of bigotry. But and that is why we should try and weed out those types of thoughts, because it only lends to bigoted beliefs later on. You seem like a sensible, sensitive person in the best way. I feel comfortable in here. I really appreciate that. Are we the slur police? I'm doing it all. Are we the slur police? I don't think you need to be the slur police to say all slurs are bad, right? If you are using a pejorative, you are wrong. And again, we could argue that saying, and this was kind of my point too, is I do think that on the same level, we probably shouldn't be calling people dumb or stupid or like what, because all those things, it all stems from a similar thing, like stupid, or I don't know if stupid, I know idiot and moron were IQ terms, and then those got weeded out, and then we got the R word, and now the R word's being weeded out, and we have other words like neurodivergent, and like, there's a bunch of different terms that get used, and then people use them as pejoratives because it suits their bigotry, and then it becomes normative over time. And I think that the way to avoid that is to try and just avoid using hateful language and try and create constructive criticism and valid criticism. But sometimes it's so easy to just hit a bonk. And I know, again, I'm one to talk as someone who says people are stupid and dumb and ridiculous, And that's why I'm trying to replacing pussy with piss baby has been a huge level up for me. Feel way better to say. You got to just think of the best words you can think of. See, loser works. Loser's a good one. You can call people a lame-o. You can call people a no, and that's what I'm saying is on a certain level, it's like obviously there should be a level of appropriate diminishing language used to establish a level of contempt that you have for an individual that isn't necessarily considered a full swath statement over any group. Okay, how would 14 pages not win in a fight? Who chose stoic? Oh, it's 75%. I'm surprised it's not 100. I saw that it was still winning and didn't look at the number. There's so many Dutch insults, including regional ones. I wish I could use in here, but they don't translate well. Well, that's the best. Just have us saying a bunch of Dutch insults, and then nobody knows what we're saying either. We don't even know what we're saying. We just are parroting it off. But sorry, let's continue. I'm talking too much now. See, Loner Box? That's how it's done.
I don't lie about you. And I literally have DMs. I have DMs with Hassan where he hasn't responded to this last one, but I've literally said, like, yeah, if I ever say anything to you, because I was correcting him something he was saying about me about a year ago. And I said, like, hey, if you ever see me saying anything about you that you think is out of context or unfair or dishonest, just tell me. Like, I'll correct it if you show me context or if you say why I got something wrong. I'll do that because I'm not you. I'm not like you. We are different people. I'm an honest person. You are a lying, frat fucking hyper-consumerist, desperate to simp for the fucking state of China whilst enjoying all the benefits of freedom living in the United States. LARPing cunt, right? Is that okay? Is that a big enough difference? Also, you're a spoiled fuck, and I'm not. I'm a working class hero, okay? I grew up in hell! I actually did. I came from a pretty poor area. But anyway, whatever.
And see, that's how you do a criticism, Loner Box. Was that so hard? No, but I do think that the point that Hassan was trying to make is just stupid in itself. I feel like Hassan's point most of the time is imagine if I did this thing that this other person did, but then completely fabricates what the other person did. And again, it's like I would like to say that I agree with Hassan on more things than we disagree on. But that's what probably aggravates me more is the fact that he's so unwilling to actually hear out anybody with like a dissenting opinion, because at any dissenting opinion is seen as opposition rather than a moment for growth or something. Lonerbox's insults just hit so hard. I love calling Hassan a frat fuck. Yeah, he is very much a frat boy. Frat bro? Fraternity brother? YouTube silencing people again? Were you slurring in chat? Did you get banned? Streamer makes bizarre October 7th denial joke. And I want us to just appreciate the irony, for real.
Bro's talking about October 7th like it's like he's about to set up a comedy bit, dude. How about that October 7th, folks? Wasn't it crazy? I mean, come on. Can you believe it? I can't. Maybe it wasn't real. Maybe you Jews cooked that one up too, like all the others, but we love it. Ilhan Omar is so anti-Semitic, by the way. Everyone's like,
yeah, streamer. Yeah, they do that a lot on LSF now. They're trying to keep people from it. They don't want it to get brigaded. No, yeah, he's saying that Trump's doing October 7th denial, I guess. Which maybe he is, I don't know. I didn't actually see this this talk, but I do think that regardless, it's just the irony is kind of it piqued my interest. And one thing I think is important to point out a lot of the time is I don't think that, maybe I just haven't seen it, maybe he talks about it all the time. I don't see Hassan talk about October 7th ever in the context of anything other than talking about the retaliation that Israel did. Because obviously, the retaliation that Israel, the destruction that it has caused and the death that it has caused, it's like an unreciprocal retaliation. But I never hear them actually talk about you know what I mean? Like whenever I hear people say like October 7th, they always say ever since October 7th. It's never like talking about October 7th. And so I do find this so interesting that he's pointing out somebody else having like October 7th denial when I don't know. It's just like, what would you consider yourself then? It's not October 7th denial. It's just ignoring. It's ignoring and obfuscating. It's not full denial. Yeah, I think Hassan just inserted his own thoughts into that Trump impression there. Yeah, that last part too.
Wasn't it crazy? I mean, come on. Can you believe it? I can't. Maybe it wasn't real. Maybe you Jews cooked that one up too, like all the others. But we love it. Ilhan Omar is so anti-Semitic, by the way. Everyone.
And then I want to take credit for this. I saw this on the subreddit. I pointed this out first. I said that he looked like the Goomba. I noticed it first. I want my credit. I deserve my flowers. But yes, looking like the Goomba. Looking like the Goomba he is. Oh, that's so dumb. Okay, moving on. On to YouTube now. We have a few videos to get through before we get on to this content deputy. His Trump impression sucks. Mine's better. To be fair, I can't do it. His Trump impression's probably better than mine. See, I'm not very good at like the more vague impressions, like more generic. Like it's not generic. I don't know how to explain it. There's voices that just come across as kind of it's like someone's bass. It's like a not bass as in tone, but bass like bass level, and it's hard to do those bass level voices because they're just generic, quote unquote. I don't mean like generic, like you hear them all the time, but it's just hard to mimic. Thank you so much, Rum Tum Tugger sent 1 Cabin Quasar gifted membership.
Yay! I got a subscriber.
Number 1, baby. Number 1.
The Epstein File Transparency Day is here, thanks to legislation which forced the government to finally release the Epstein files. Is it going to be Republicans, Democrats? Who was on that island? I gathered all the documents they released, but first we have a little word from Todd Blanche, our Deputy Attorney General.
So yes, so today is the
impressions you do is of people doing voices. Don't be rude. I do Patrick Warburton too. That's how he sounds. Don't disrespect me like that. Don't ever disrespect my voice acting.
Stoic.
But sorry, this is about the Epstein files. Epstein Transparency Day. I saw a video from Moist Critical about it, but I think Coffeezilla might give a little bit of a better overview because he did a very good video on the actual cell, the Epstein cell. And I thought that was interesting. So let's check this out.
The Epstein File Transparency Day is here, thanks to legislation which forced the government to finally release the Epstein files. Is it going to be Republicans, Democrats? Who was on that island? I gathered all the documents they released, but first we have a little word from Todd Blanche, our Deputy Attorney General.
So yes, so today is the 30 days, and I expect that we're going to release several 100,000 documents today, and then over the next couple weeks, I expect several 100,000 more. There's a lot of eyes looking at these, and we want to make sure that when we do produce the materials we're producing, that we're protecting every single victim.
Wait, so turns out, first of all, the files that got released today, they aren't actually all the files, even though by law they should have been. So yeah, the first thing you need to know about these files is that they are not all the files, and we have no idea which ones they held back and are gonna release later. And the second thing I want to tell you about are the redactions that are made. This is one of the most prominent things when you look at these files. You'll see there are a lot of just blacked out stuff, and look, sometimes that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to redact certain, like, honestly, I don't even know what would be relevant to redact. What? Children's names? That's probably children's names and images, probably. Like victims. Like, that's about it. Not just children, but just victims in general.
That's right. If you say, look, we are redacting a victim's face, like,
yeah,
totally get that, and clearly that happened in some instances. You know, CSAM was not scanned. Totally get that. I'm all about that, and I actually agree with the government. However, remember that Jason Leopold reported that sometimes what they were calling the Epstein Transparency Project, they also were calling the Special Redaction Project, meaning some people did not like being in there. And you kind of see that reflected in some of the redaction choices, because some of these redactions just don't seem to make sense. And this is what they've already released. Remember, there's files we just don't know about because they haven't actually released the full files yet. They've released some of them. But for example,
I mean, it's just so stupid, right? Like does the government think that people will just go, okay, I'm satisfied now? They just look at, like, Epstein files released. They just see a headline and they go, okay, that's cool. Like, it's so stupid. It's actually just so dumb. This isn't like UFOs, like how they come out every few months and be like, UFOs are real, the government said so. Like, this is something that's much more like just a despicable act that people actually care about, rather than just like a fun little thing to think about. I accidentally insulted Cap and I deserve this. Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh no, they took the 2? Oh no, now you're going down. You see what happens? You see what happens when you go against me. Now you're only number 3. Just kidding. Thank you so much. Thank you for commenting and chatting so much that you are number 3. I don't hate you. I love you all.
The BBC reported that a judge ruled that Ghislaine Maxwell's grand jury records can be unsealed. So, you know, all of us were wondering, okay, where are those?
Yeah, the more they redact, the more I'm sure it's actually a whole lot of Trump in there. Like, that's what I mean, is like, obviously we can't even see what any of the images are. Like, there's no way to actually even tell, like, if there are people in these. Like, I genuinely am just confused. Because on some of them, they'll just blur out, like, one person's face. Why are you blurring out a whole image if you did not scan any of the, like, of the CSAM? That seems like ridiculous at that point. If you didn't actually scan any of the like explicit material, or if this is explicit but not like with like then or is that what you're saying, that this is all such explicit material that it needs to be redacted? Because it's just so ridiculous. Like, what? Like, is there even anything? I guess he'll tell us what there actually is.
Well, they're redacted. Actually, 119 pages of some of these files were just like redacted fully. Like, you couldn't see anything in these files. There's literally no details except it just says Grand Jury, New York, and it's just like pages and pages of redaction. I mean, you can't see anything. This is part of the Transparency Act. So that is a weird look. But other redactions are also really strange. For example, we have this message among the documents where it seems to be Jeffrey Epstein getting a message that's
like, see, like, that would make sense. Here's another one where it would make sense. If you maybe want to get rid of phone numbers, because these phone numbers might not even be like in use at the time anymore, and then putting these out into the public would then have people like conspiracy theorists and other people trying to research, calling up these numbers and getting, like, you know, fucking Clark from Minnesota who's like, Oh, what are you talking about? What's an Epstein?
Among the documents where it seems to be Jeffrey Epstein getting a message that says, I have a female for him. It's like a note. Somebody left him a note. And they say, please call. I can't tell if that's her or him. But twice he gets a message. And both times it's a message that says, I have a female for him. But they redact the person who called, which kind of...
All those redacted pages are Trump. It's literally Trump just surrounded by explicit things, we'll just say. But him just going like... It's all the same image, like the same take, but he's just in different poses. And that's why it's so many pages in a row.
It doesn't make sense. Like, isn't that someone you should be investigating? How is that a victim? Maybe there's context that we're missing, but I want to remind you guys that there was supposed to be an explanation for even why they were making certain redactions, and they didn't. Here's one of our legislators talking about that.
And our law requires them to explain redactions. There's not a single explanation for why that entire document was redacted.
So yeah, already Transparency Day was looking a bit shaky, but let me just say there are some things worth looking at. So one of the big
Coffeezilla's video is reminding me of that 70s show when they're high in the basement. That is kind of the vibe he has going right now.
big things that was interesting is that Bill Clinton was heavily featured in this.
Yo guys, you guys hear about the Epstein files? Spin. What? Spin again. Who's Epstein? Spin one more time. Yo, I think I went on. I went on a trip to his island once. Everything. And then it cuts to the next scene. Then they talk about. Did you hear about that car? You guys know there's a car that runs on water? It runs on water, man. They just dropped the Epstein thing. Just waiting for the camera spin.
This whole thing, there's Bill in the hot tub with some a lady that is redacted, and Ghislaine Maxwell. This appears to be on one of his trips early on. I think it's pretty obvious why Billy Boy is so prominently featured. Like, he's obviously was associated with Jeffrey Epstein. He's a big name. He's kind of a scalp, if you will, and it gives the public something to think about. And the White House was trying to seize on that, obviously. Bill Clinton just chilling without a care in the world. Little did he know. And you have Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, saying, oh my. But ultimately, this leaves a giant elephant in the room for them that still doesn't make sense, which is this. Like, you guys don't care about Bill Clinton. Why haven't these files been released before? Like, why has there been such a cover-up of the Epstein files if Bill was the only guy in it, right? Because
Well, I mean, also, we know for a fact those other redactions aren't Bill because they don't redact Bill. So it's like... You know what I mean? So we understand that. And I wonder, maybe I missed it. Did he say, like, I'd like to know the percentage of, like, how many of these photos with Bill Clinton are there actually in the totality of all of these documents? Because it's like, yeah, look at him. Look how prevalent he was here. And it's like, well, I mean, we can't see, like, the majority of the images, so it's kind of impossible to say how prevalent he was comparatively.
Spoil the surprise.
And not to say that this is good or anything. It's clear that he's a fucking disgusting monster as well. I don't think that was ever in question, though, is kind of the point, right?
Because while Billy Boy is featured multiple times with multiple women on the plane and hot tubs, Trump is barely featured at all. The only pictures of Trump are some desk photos.
They're watching Coffeezilla's photo and they're like, fuck, we missed some. Damn it.
He's not even in the picture. It's just thin. There's basically nothing relating to Trump that is that interesting. And people's point is like, well, that's a little weird, right? We know that they were all kind of involved. We know Trump and Epstein were, heavily associated together. Not saying there's some smoking gun or anything like that. I don't have any special information on that. But we know there are going to be files related to this. Like, it's obvious. We already have leaked reporting that they had him in the files multiple times. So it's like, where are they? And that's going to leave a lot of people unsatisfied because, of course, it's like, well, then the Epstein files really haven't been fully released yet. Now, there were some other interesting mentions. Michael Jackson made a cameo in some of these with Epstein and with
I saw a post. I don't know how true it is. Apparently, these were Michael's children. They had like the original photo. And it wasn't like on the island or anything. This one specifically obviously had the other picture just with Epstein. But I think that it is interesting because it's like this is almost making like an illusion that they're like it's alluding to these being like victims. I'm trying to see if I can find it.
Bill Clinton. I'd say the biggest finding, in my opinion, was this document right here, which just corroborates something that has been alleged for a long time, which is that Maria Farmer, she warned the FBI about Jeffrey Epstein back in 1996, and they just basically didn't do anything with it. Now, the New York Times reported that the FBI has never publicly acknowledged her original report, even to Mrs. Farmer. So yeah, this lady, this victim, had been talking about how she had reported Epstein a long time ago to the feds, and the FBI had never confirmed that, but today we have this, which it says that the complainant stated that she's a professional artist and took pictures of her sisters, 12 and 16 years old, for her personal artwork. Epstein stole the photos and negatives and is believed to have sold the photos to potential buyers. Epstein at the time requested blank to take pictures of young girls at swimming pools. Epstein is now threatening blank that if she tells anyone about the photos, he will burn her house down. This was back in 1996. And apparently nothing happened. I mean, obviously Epstein would not get arrested for a long time later, and then he got that sweetheart deal. So this is both a vindication to one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, and it's an indictment of our law enforcement, because obviously they were tipped off on this way before. Actually, it's interesting, there's this complaint out there where allegedly Maria Farmer, while reporting this mid-sentence, the FBI hung up on her and did not make an attempt to follow up. It's just like one giant fumble after the next. So yeah, that's probably the biggest thing that got revealed. I want to say that some people had long not believed Mrs. Farmer, according to the New York Times. And so after the release of these files, the New York Times contacted Ms. Farmer about that report, and she broke down in tears about it because, of course, it had totally vindicated her. So those are probably the biggest findings, but there are some sick things we probably should address. Like, these were some notes that were taken about Jeffrey Epstein and some girls he was trying to procure. It says, quote, at one point blank witnessed him asking for ID to girl, wanted to make sure under 18 because he wasn't believing them because
that is he was IDing them to make sure they were under 8. That is fucking insane. What the fuck? Oh my god. That is like the most, oh my god, that's like the most monstrous shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Oh my god. Oh, like, cause you would expect, oh my fucking god. I think most like most people would expect these degenerates to just be like, oh, I don't care who it is, as young looking as possible or whatever. But he literally wants to make sure, like, that is fucking insane. I'm like, it's actually ridiculous. Doesn't recall if brought anyone age 13 up here.
Blank messed up by bringing him more older girls. Like, he was asking for ID, at least according to this, in order to find out that they're...
Yeah, this man is he's in a boiling lake of piss in hell. Definitely.
young enough for him. I mean, it's actually like completely sick. And then this one also, it says that Jeffrey Epstein...
I don't even know if a boiling lake of piss on fire is enough of enough torment. I mean, genuinely, this is actually like the most... it's actually insane. Like, I
was apparently meeting with some young girl that someone else had procured for him, aka trafficked to him, and he was unhappy.
Would someone underage have an ID? I mean, depending. I mean, they might have like... They might have some form of identification.
Said, why bringing me dark girl? They responded, bringing young girl. Yeah, but not dark. Told her he just wasn't into her. Doesn't remember if he paid blank because he wasn't happy. So like, he was like, yeah, she's young enough, but she's not my type. And this kind of repeats the point. He told her that, quote, you know what I'm into. Blank understood that to mean, quote, young, petite, underage. Doesn't recall if brought anyone age 13. There definitely is that in these files.
And that sounds like what he's saying is prepubescent. Young, petite, underage is like, I'm pretty sure that's just clearly saying like prepubescent, which is, again, insane. Or I guess for girls it'd be early pubescent maybe, but still, regardless. Fucking like true, when people talk about like, oh, it's not pedophilia, it's hebephilia. These are like real pedophiles, like actual, true, no beating around the bush. Like, and the fact that you want to redact any of them, any at all, anybody that could be involved in this type of shit is just like, it is meeting that level of evil.
Doesn't recall if brought anyone age 13. There definitely is that in these files if you want to look for it. I don't suggest you do. You'll want to take a bath afterwards. I mean,
yeah, imagine a birth certificate. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, because like, yeah, I don't know. It's just school ID, or driving permit license. Yeah.
Some weird like photo albums. Once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl. I mean, you know, it's really sick stuff. I don't want to belabor the point. There's also this stuff from the House Oversight Committee. So just to be clear, while the government was like releasing their files, the House Oversight Committee, specifically the Democrats, released like a select number of photos as a kind of a teaser to this whole thing. Now, I haven't talked about this, but some of them are really weird. Like a girl has Lolita quotes written on her. If you don't know what Lolita is, God bless you. This person says, I will send you girls now. Maybe some will be good for Jay. She asks $1,000 per girl. Clearly trafficking. And so this is really gross stuff. The House Oversight Committee released some photos with all of the classics, Prince Andrew, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, Steve Bannon, Bill Clinton, you know, the gang, the whole gang, basically. But again, you know, I want to note that this is obviously not the DOJ release. So when you see like Trump in the files, well, these are sort of different files, just to be clear about that. There's also kind of a funny thing that happened where David Brooks, he's a reporter.
Well, I like that. Trump in the files. Well, he's in different files. Well, we don't know what's in these files, to be clear. So he could or could not be in. I'm going to say he is. I had to read Lolita in college and I barely got through it. Were you taking like a psychology class or something? Because that is a weird book to read for just like a literature class. I guess it... You know what's interesting? I see people talking about the movie and the book Lolita. I guess you might be able to actually like explain it to me. Because people say that it's from his perspective or something. It's supposed to be like from his perspective. So her like coming on to him was actually just like her being a girl or something, just being a young girl and him being this like pervert. But is that actually the way that it's written, or is it just like that's what people are taking from it and adding their own like context when the writer actually did just write a book that was like about pedophilia? We watched the movie in the same class, yeah. Yeah, there is a movie. I think the book is worse and does not look good. Does the movie kind of give that a bit more like a screen time? Does it make it seem like that more in the movie? Like she's just a naive girl. Regardless, I think that I think that there's these intense stories, right? There are intense stories. A lot of coming of age stories are like that. Deal with abuse, deal with like different things. But it's about the way that you deal with the subject and the way that you like handle it. Because like this isn't even like near the level of it, but like the idea of Stand By Me and like kids from these different broken homes going and looking for a dead body basically for fun. Like the ideas put into that movie are like, there are some dark elements and stuff, but they're handled well because of the way that they establish that like the effects that they have on these children. But if you're just making a book about something without talking about those effects, then you're kind of just creating bullshit at that point. The movie makes the girl seem a bit older, probably to reduce the ick factor. Oh, okay. Because all I saw was, I remember I saw a clip or like something on TikTok where everybody was like making all of these, like, I'll just say they're assumptions because I don't know, I've never read the book, but they were basically trying to be like, oh, it's from his perspective. He like, it's, and like, I was like, what you're making it out is like it's this deep book, but it doesn't seem like it's a super deep book. No, it's written like he is a fucking like he is fucking delusional because he is fucking delusional. Okay. Just a reminder that these women victims weren't believed enough to write a list of these predators. It had to come from Epstein, a man. Yeah, well, again, I think that's also just that doesn't even necessarily have to do with male or female. That's just people trying to hide, cover their asses again. Just over and over again, ignoring victims because they want to try and cover their own asses. And it's just the problem remains that women are more often than not those victims. Yeah, it's a sad story. It's her stepfather that preys upon her. Stand By Me was my favorite movie growing up. Yeah, and we read and watched Stand By Me in the same lit class. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, I feel like those are almost like two like contrasting kind of like ways of perceiving childhood abuse, I guess. Yeah, and creepy scenes with having an actual child actress. Like, how old was she in that movie? She was 15 years old at the time of the movie, and when she filmed it. And over 2,500 girls auditioned. I just don't like the idea that that many girls were coming to audition for Lolita anyways. Like, that's just fucking... Like, come on. Yeah, 14, 15. It says 15 at the time of filming, so maybe she was 14 when she got the role or something. There's probably something there. Yeah, playing a 12-year-old. It's just actually insane. But yeah, let's this video's almost done. We're almost done with all this fucking crazy shit.
Reporter for the New York Times. He wrote, "The Epstein story, count me out," only to be found, I guess, having a dinner with some people and
Okay, that's why he wanted to be counted out. He was like, "Don't look my way, please."
Out, only to be found, I guess, having a dinner with some people and Jeffrey Epstein was there. So, maybe it's coincidental that he said, "Count me out."
Oh yeah, their parents took them to those auditions. No, yeah, and I'm saying my problem isn't with the children going. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the fact that they held the auditions where 2,500 girls came to audition for that role. That is what I do not like. Yeah, all of those parents are even more. I know you're probably just saying that as a point, but I want to make it clear that I'm not coming down on the girls at all. They're just trying to get their name out there in acting. Who knows if they even know what the story is at all. I mean, auditioning in general, you probably don't. A lot of the time, you don't know exactly what you're going in for. It's just 4 roles. But still, it's just fucking... In that context, too, that makes it even worse. You don't necessarily know you're coming in to play Lolita. They're just like, we need young girls. Because it depends on the role. I don't know how they cast for that, because sometimes they do a blind casting where they don't tell them what they're being cast for, and then other times it's like, this big breakout, this big movie, and then they, do auditions that way. But yeah, either way, it's just crazy. Yeah, it's always and that's the problem, is it's always under the direction of adults, regardless of what it is. If it's like putting them in movies or putting them in beauty pageants and stuff, it's all... I don't like it. And I'm sorry if anyone's been doing beauty pageants. There might be a good way to do it, to figure it out. But I don't know. It's all gone too far.
Out of the Epstein story, but maybe not. Now I want to be clear, the New York Times ultimately defended him, and I think he made a statement and a spokesperson made a statement that basically he had no contact with Jeffrey Epstein. Basically all these people issued similar statements like, I didn't know him, or I didn't know what he was up to, or, you know the thing by now. I guess I don't have to put those caveats in. You know all these people deny it. You know all these people say, I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing. And to be fair, probably some of them did have nothing to do with it. I just don't believe none of them had anything to do with it. That's kind of the problem of these files. It's like, okay, all these guys are hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. They're all around him, and he's around.
Is this just like a video he has playing in the background, or does he have an actual just fog? I'm guessing it's just a video. There's no fog coming in front of him. But it just looks like a video of a fog machine.
Around young girls. A lot of times they are around him, around young girls. But of course, none of them had anything to do with it. Like, that's basically the state of the...
Yeah, why does it have to be about beauty? No, that's kind of my point. It's like, there's so many other ways to, uplift young girls. And just making it purely about your looks is... And obviously they have a talent portion. But it's like, just make it some kind of talent show.
Affairs. And right now we're just getting sort of another partial look. Like, are we getting Epstein Transparency Day, or are we getting like the special redaction project? It feels more like the latter, honestly, and I don't have high hopes for even the stuff they release after this. I know they're saying they're gonna do a rolling production or whatever, but given how much they've already redacted with very little clear explanations as to why, I just don't think we're gonna get much.
They're releasing it like episodes. They're like, gotta wait until next week to get the next episode. You guys won't believe what happens this season.
And even if we do, it's gonna be hard to trust it. I mean, that's part of what makes this so challenging. The government has...
Yeah, he was in the editing room. He was like, yeah, this looks good. Should I go with the rain background or the fog? Ooh, there's race cars. That looks good too.
Given you no reason to trust them on this issue on both sides, frankly, to be fair, but especially this administration which ran on releasing the files. But literally since 1996, we have been failing victims. We have been failing the public in protecting them, and we have been failing to disclose what we really know. And this seems like more of that. Sadly, a lot of us thought that this was going to be the end of it. This is going to be the grand day that, ended it all. But it seems like that's not going to happen for a long time. So I'll continue.
I feel like we knew that was what was going to happen. I mean, to be completely honest, I don't think anyone expected it to be more than just what it's been of just going, huh? What are you talking about? Oh, why do you even want that? We gave it to you. Why are you upset? Crazy like to dislike ratio. Well, that's good. I'm surprised anybody dislikes this. What are they disliking about this? See, I think some people are just dumb, and they're like, I hate that the Epstein files didn't come out. I'm so angry that the Epstein files weren't actually coming out, and they dislike the video for some reason. Like, are these the people in the files? Why would you dislike this? He did like a pretty good job of breaking it down, giving us like a scope of like the amount of years that this has been going on, the amount of redactions that happened, where there are images of different like individuals that we can see right now. What is there to dislike? Yeah, it's literally the pedophiles.
Hey guys, today we are gonna talk.
But here, we got one more video to check out. I'm sorry, Les. Every time we watch one of your videos, I have to speed you up. You talk a little bit slow. It's nothing against you. It's just my brain. I have that TikTok brain. But then we will get on to the content deputy for DarkViperAU. So let's check this out. Over 1,837 pages of H3 Snark versus Ethan Klein. Copyright, lawyer, appalled. So let's see what our man Tony's got to say.
Hey guys, today we are going to talk about this in a quantity way. Quantify exactly how ridiculous H3 Snark has been in its copyright filing. So we're going to go over each time they filed and count the number of pages. So pause the video now, and you will never guess how many pages they actually, because I couldn't guess. So here is their first filing. There's 4 documents here. We're going to count each document. So every time they file, so the number is 1, docket number 1. So that's from them. We have 34 pages here. You can tell it's Snark by everyone hates a critic. They believe they are critics, and then sometimes they say they're not critics. So it's kind of weird how they go about.
I do love that ever since Ethan did these like quippy headlines for their different sections, they keep trying to do them back and they just never hit the same. Like, Ethan's weren't even necessarily that good. And maybe this is just like a common thing that people do in legal battles. Everybody hates a critic. Everybody hates Chris. But Ethan's definitely hit a lot harder, even though they were still like kind of just stupid little jokes.
Face. But again, H3 Snark. Then we have the legendary 548-page filing by our good friend and attorney, Leah Rosa Vulik. As she attended law school, she would have realized that filing 548 pages was not a good idea. Then we have the Jane Doe Declaration at 158 pages. The filings are ridiculous. So we're already at 740 pages. What are we talking about? There must be a really important issue. Not really. And then we have 2 more pages. We are talking about the opposition to a subpoena to expose their names for contributory copyright infringement. That is what we're talking about. So here, docket line 7, they made a boo-boo, so they had to correct. And this is why the number, as we're going to find out, is going to get...
You want to call now? Sure. What do you want to... I guess add me on Discord if you want. Hey, Parry's here. Yay! I guess I'll wait for that. We'll keep watching this video.
Get out of control because I've included every single docket number. I've included most of the docket numbers which are public. So here is another 548 pages. Remember, this is a boo-boo. It is a correction that Leah Rosa Vulik needed to submit.
What's your Discord? It's the same as my YouTube channel. It's all the same. Same on Instagram, everything.
And right now we are at 1,290. Here's docket number 8. So docket number 7 and docket number 8. Now we're going to add more pages. Again, this is a motion for correction of the docket filed by Leah Vulik, and again, it's 158 pages. So if you're counting, we are at 1,448 pages. Now, you might say, oh, you're double dipping, but they are separate docket numbers, right? So the calculation I'm making is assuming each docket, this is their refiling. If they didn't have to refile, then that would definitely help. So this is docket number 18. We have 3 different documents here, including the declaration of Leah. We're going to see this Leah character a lot, like a lot, right? So we have 4 pages here, not too bad. In terms of Snark, I think their plan is just to overwhelm you with so much unnecessary content. Like I said, we're talking about contributory copyright infringement, a subpoena to get the names. We add 3 more pages. We're at 1,455 pages. The fact that we're over 1,000 pages is mind-numbing at this point in time. And the amount of times Leah Vulik has to say that she's an attorney is also pretty crazy. Now we add 2. I really don't want to make a video about sanction.
See, I would like to, like, I don't care to look into lawyers. Like, I do think it's funny how many people have looked into Ethan's lawyer's partner or whatever. Like, all that stuff is stupid, but I think that hearing it from Luss is interesting enough, you know what I mean? Because he's at least able to break down, like, he's broken down for us that they didn't go to law school, and there was, like, a few other things that he's said that I think were at least somewhat relevant. And again, I think that he's being kind and not just calling this lawyer stupid. Oh, I saw something happen. Can you not spell? How did you get it wrong? Purple Parry Gaming. Let's see if I can spell. I sent a request. Les does say as a lawyer their behavior is super suspicious. Yeah, and I guess that's probably as far as he can go with, like, you know, to retain his credibility. Hello?
Hey, Captain Quasar.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Parry. How you doing?
Oh, I'm alright.
So what's
Well,
up?
because I saw that you covered my conversation with the Alex Novell guy.
Yeah.
And you said that you'd want to talk to me. I saw a bit, I didn't watch the whole thing. I did see, I mean, obviously, I saw like, as broad strokes, you said I'm like a troll.
Yeah.
And that I'm like wrong about my positions regarding Go to Microphone and Brandon Buckingham, right?
I mean, yeah, and sure, I don't know too much about your positions, to be fair, but from what I've seen, yeah.
Hmm. Did you have any disagreements in particular?
I mean, would you argue that you're not a troll? You literally you went into the Alex Novell conversation saying that you were trying to troll him.
No, I said that I was trying to match his energy because, well, in the intro I say, he said he's a troll. You remember when he was talking about how he would go to random Santa people? And, I mean, I don't know how you felt about it because you were just kind of talking about how Hassan's an authoritarian when you were going over it. But, I felt like he was saying that he enjoyed like getting a rise out of people. And so I was trying to get a rise out of him the way I was speaking.
Yeah, and the rest of your content feels the same, is kind of my point. Is it feels like it's just
trying to get a rise out of people?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that like most content you're trying to get people to be interested, or do you think I'm not being genuine in what I say? Is that the particular issue?
Well, I guess, do you think that kids' cancer isn't important at all? And you think that it's better to focus on adult cancer?
Right. When I said that raising money for child cancer is less interesting than adult cancer, I think that I'm trying to bring up an interesting point, which I actually do believe in, which is that
the adults can, if the adults live, then they can keep the kids alive.
Yeah. No, basically, yeah. I want to point out that
Genius.
obviously childhood cancer is a very sensitive topic, and so people they pull it they bring it up to pull your heartstrings, and I want to try and basically weaken that emotional strength.
Well, I agree. I'm very much against pathos. Like I agree that people use emotion too heavily in their arguments, but you understand that she just has a connection to child cancer through her niece, and you basically just think that she's using that as some kind of guise for attention or something.
Well, she is obviously using it for attention. I'm not saying that she doesn't care about her niece or whatever. And maybe this is just like a problem I have on a personal level. But when I see people using like these personal life stories which are related to them, I always see something cynical about it. I understand that she's doing ostensibly a good thing in raising money, but the idea that you would tell the story, go into extreme detail about the heartbreak or whatever, it just comes off to me as an attempt to make people feel bad for her. That's what I see as the main relevance of that. And you might say she's trying to make people feel bad for her so they donate money to charity, but at the end of the day, I see it as emotional manipulation.
Okay, well, what's the alternative then? How do you talk about child cancer from a person who has an experience with somebody who has dealt with child cancer? What would be a better alternative than just explaining your experience with it? It might tug on a few heartstrings. It's her niece. How is that not her experience?
I'm sure there are ways. I'm sure you agree. There are ways to talk about the same story, which are more or less emotionally, I don't want to say manipulative, but emotionally tugging, right? You can focus on, and I saw her, and she was so small and sad. Versus you can just say, it's a terrible impact. It hurts a lot of people.
Would you argue?
Right? I'm sure you agree.
Would you argue that it's not an emotional situation for her? It's her niece had cancer, and you're acting as though she should be she should be stoic about it.
Stoic.
Well, I think she should, yes. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's a personal situation to do with her. But if she's trying to come out and it's just because she's trying to come out and make us feel bad for her in order to donate. I think people should donate because it's the right thing to do. I don't think they should donate because poor girl's a microphone. I don't think that's how.
Okay. Well, why are you putting it on her then, and why aren't you putting it on them? You obviously don't care. So why do you care more about Because like you said, you're trying to make content to get people to pay attention. She's doing that to get people to maybe care about this a bit more than they might have. So what's the difference? It's not like she's getting the money, she's getting them to donate.
Well, there's obviously a social benefit to doing fundraisers. I mean, people have criticized Hassan for this, that he does fundraisers, but he doesn't really care about the issues.
So you don't think she cares about the issue then? So you don't think she cares about the issue then?
Well, I think that's the premise of the fundraiser is in order to basically appear it's like marketing basically.
So you don't think she cares about child cancer, Even though her
you
niece
care
had
about something,
cancer.
but the main reason you do something is different, right? Like I might care about littering, but if I'm in Singapore, I probably won't litter just because I'm afraid of getting arrested. Doesn't mean I don't care about littering, but the primary motivating factor is going to be.
So what is her
something
primary
else.
motivating factor? You think it was just the attention?
Yeah, just seeming on the way that she like handles herself, especially afterwards. I offered to like donate 200 if she agreed to a debate about the topic that she speaks about often.
A debate about what?
Yeah, it
About
just
child
seems to me-
cancer? Or wait, what was the debate?
No,
you
no,
wanted
it
to
was
have?
about. I'm sure you know about it. It's the H3H3 stuff. I asked her if she wants to debate about whether or not Ethan Klein deserved to have CPS called on him.
And what, you think he
And
did?
she, well, to a certain extent, I think that.
You think
yeah.
that communities online have the right to put their hands into people's lives?
Obviously you think this, right? If we saw a snuff film of some child being murdered, you would think that you should report the people who made that snuff film.
Well, that's literally what happens in films like Cannibal Holocaust. And then Cannibal Holocaust came out, people thought it was a real snuff film, and then this guy had to prove that it wasn't a real snuff film. This type of stuff does happen, but that doesn't mean that it's like a super like beneficial thing to just go and call police. And what you're doing is you're creating a basically a world where like if we are calling out everything that you believe to be like bad, especially when you don't have any kind of actual evidence of it, you are going to create a world where people believe you less. It's like the boy who cried wolf.
Where people believe who less, Ethan, or the people calling CPS?
Believe you, because the people who call CPS.
Me?
Yes.
Well, I just don't understand what you're saying. I'm saying that, like, I'm not saying that you should call CPS on anybody for any reason. I'm saying that, given the way that Ethan was speaking about the situation, it was very reckless. And
What is
obviously
the
it seems
evidence?
like, based
So
on the
the
CPS
evidence
report-
is Ethan's words on a comedy
Yes.
podcast.
You say it's a comedy podcast, so is Ethan lying about CPS and skulls? Because he talks about that on a comedy podcast. But we agree that's serious, right?
The difference is a comment made in passing that was then retracted in like he never said his child ate poop. Do you want me to pull up the clip and I can show it to you?
Yeah, if you want to screen share the clip, we can go over it. I think it's an irresponsible clip, from what I've seen, but we can go over it again.
From what you've seen. Okay.
I've seen the clip, that is to say. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll pull up the podcast episode. Here, does anyone in chat know what episode it was? I'll have them pull it. We'll talk. We'll just continue talking about it for a second, see if they can pull it up. Because I can go off just basically off memory because it was specifically, yes, he said that his dog had giardia, and then he said, oh, and then Hila has giardia, and then this morning, Bruce is throwing up, or Bruce is pooping, or whatever. And then he
and
said,
he's saying the only way you can get giardia, he's saying it's not true. He said the only way you can get it is by eating, poop from an animal or
so he ate his baby's poop? That's how he got it? That's how him and Hila got it? Was eating poop?
I'm not saying that he was eating food. I'm saying that's what he said.
No, but that's what you're saying. So his words are saying. So he's saying he ate poop then, but then in the same clip he said, just a few seconds later, but he's getting tested. They're gonna figure it out. We don't. He's basically saying we don't know. They're gonna get tested in the same clip. So we'll get it pulled up here in a second. I believe it.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that what Ethan said was reckless to the degree that I don't particularly feel it was unreasonable for somebody to freak out over it. Furthermore, I think that the claim that the people who call CPS were snarkers is wrong, but that's like a separate point.
So you think that the people? Okay, well, yeah, that's a separate point. But so people, you think it's a legitimate claim to call CPS on somebody based on a passing comment that they made and that you didn't see in full, that you only saw because you're saying that you only saw. Well, you just said you saw a clip.
Well, yeah, of the comment, yes.
What?
I saw a clip of the comments Ethan made on that podcast episode. I didn't see the full episode.
So how do you know you saw the full thing? If you didn't go and check the full episode, how do you know that you just saw the full clip?
Well, he seems to move on to a separate subject by the end of the clip. Now, maybe at the very end of the podcast, he says, "Guys, this is all a bit. I don't even have any kids."
Would you say I don't even have any clip? I don't even have any kids.
I mean, maybe that's what he said. I didn't see that. If that's what he said, that's my point.
Yeah, it's not.
But like, it seems reasonable. Like, exactly. So unless he said something that's like, "This is all made up," I think it's reasonable to go on the clip.
Well, so if he said they're going to go get tested, basically implying that they don't know if they have giardia, they don't know what it is, then it's all a joke, right?
Sorry, what? Sorry, I just found the clip. What were you saying? Do you want me to screen share the
No,
clip?
I have it. I'm just trying to make sure I have the right section. Do you have a clip or do you have it from the podcast? That's what
I have a Reddit post. Which
Cool, that's a
has the
Reddit
clip.
post. That is a clip.
Of the clip, yes. Now, I mean, if you want, I can send you the Reddit post, and if you think that it's an inaccurate
Cool, I'm sharing my
clip,
screen.
you can explain that. All right. Well, you mean on your stream?
No, I'm sharing it to you, but I'm sharing it on stream too.
Oh, okay.
There, you see it?
Yeah.
I think this is the right point. I might need to scrub back. We're going through the transcript to find it. Giardia. I think it was here.
Giardia.
Wait, I guess I'll just go to the eat.
Which is a, it's a bacterial.
You say eat my or eat? You just say eat poop? Ingest my poop.
You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But unfortunately,
So the problem is,
you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like in the air, bro.
that's not what I said. That's literally that's
You
what
admitted
you
had
said.
caca breath.
No, that's what you said. I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So because
Keep interrupting.
it can go on surfaces and stuff. So
here we go.
Olive chews everywhere. She's there. So Sonny, it makes sense why he got it. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrhea,
And okay, so do you believe that this part means that the kid was eating poop? It can go on surfaces and stuff.
Yeah, the shit, yeah.
The shit can go on. I don't think that's.
You mean the Giardia? The Giardia goes on surfaces.
Yes,
because
it
he
gets
allows
carried
dogs
on.
to
Are you
shit all over the
stupid?
surfaces,
Are
I
you
agree.
stupid? The dog. If a dog poops, there's sometimes residual
they're just
bacteria
eating
on the tail.
On unhealthy, they're eating on unclean tables, and I'm saying that's neglectful behavior.
A
that he's
kid.
describing.
Do you have any
He
kids?
himself
Have
is
you ever been
describing.
around babies? Do you have like nieces or nephews or?
Do you have any kids? Do you have any kids? Do you have any?
I have
nieces
nieces. I have
What
nieces,
does it
and I have
matter?
kids. It matters
me
because
too.
being around
Wow.
children, you see that.
But you have kids?
I don't have kids, but being around children, you see that they put stuff in their mouth. They pick up stuff and they put stuff in their mouth. So
I'm
if
well
it's on
aware
a
of
sur-
this.
so
Yes,
if,
I'm
there- if,
well
it's,
aware of
if something is a surface that could have Giardia, that could be a possibility. And that isn't neglectful
course, yeah.
parenting because something like. And do you think Giardia is
Well,
uncommon?
despite-
Is Giardia uncommon?
Is Giardia uncommon?
Yeah.
That's a tough one. I don't know. I'm not familiar with disease in the US, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, let's
But it's
see.
by definition neglectful. If
Very
you have
common.
pets
So
and you allow them
in
to
Giardia is a
digest
very
surfaces.
common intestinal parasite worldwide. Yeah. So it's a very common thing that gets passed around. And let's continue the clip. So let's continue.
diarrhea's like in the middle of the night, all day.
So that's
all
him saying the poop is being spread, and you do understand the way that you're speaking about this is just so trolly, bro. Like maybe I guess you're going to clip this later. You might clip it later, I guess, because that's how you clipped the Alex Novell
listen.
thing, right?
I showed the full convo I had with Alex. I don't know what you mean by that.
You troll. What are you, bro? In the beginning, yes, and in the beginning you,
said
said
I
I'm going to
clipped
troll
it.
him. No, I'm saying you might clip it.
No, I said that I
Yes,
was going to
you're-
engage with him in a
in the
conversational
same
manner.
way that a Reddit post is a clip. You might clip this conversation out of my stream. Is that hard to understand?
All right, so yeah, but I'm not going to clip. You're saying I'm going to do that in like bad faith in a way that's
No, that's not what I
dishonest.
said. Are those the words that I said?
Or, but what's
Time
wrong
he's
with me
having
clipping
these
it in general then?
What?
I assume it's because you're saying I'm going to misinterpret stuff.
I'm just saying, dude, that like I understand that this might just be like content to you, and you are coming across as trolly, and I understand that that's probably because you're going to clip it later, not clip it clip it out of context, but use it because you're putting on this trolly personality.
What's you mean like? So you're saying I'm arguing in bad faith? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not, man. I'm just telling you my position on the situation. I think
Well,
that
okay.
can be reasonably interpreted to be neglectful. But I mean, if you just think, oh, I don't believe that, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I guess
what
we
you
just
want
disagree. I guess we're at a
Alright.
crossroads then, right? What's the point of having this conversation at all? Because the points
Well, I
you're
would like
bringing
to,
are just
explain
lack.
to my perspective.
They lack. Well, your perspective, like just It kind of lacks relevancy.
My perspective is Ethan should be more responsible when it comes to the way he speaks about his family life. That's my perspective. Yeah.
Well, here let's.
Is that wrong? That Ethan should Ethan be more or less responsible about the way he speaks about his family?
Maybe, but I do, but I don't think that I do think that he could be more responsible, but I don't think that the level of responsibility that he has held has met the like standard for anyone calling CPS on him, which is the claim that you made.
The claim I'm making is that it's like
that it's okay to call CPS on him.
Give personal anecdotes. It's okay in the same way that calling the police if you hear like, let's say two people are having an argument and you hear people smashing things, and then you call the police on them.
That would be weird to do that on a streamer.
We were just role playing.
Yeah, that would be weird to do that on a streamer. Yes, that would be weird.
So if you see two streamers having like a fucking fight where they're throwing shit at each other, and you think, oh, I should do something about this, that's like wrong?
Because it's not wrong to feel like you should do something about that, but I do think that it's, yeah, on some level, that's a weird like overstep of a parasocial relationship. Yeah.
It's a well, the police don't just exist. Like, what if it's your neighbors? Is that parasocial too? If you see your neighbors,
no, because those are your neighbors.
Turns out it's all fake. How is okay? But you don't. Let's say you've never spoken to them.
Because on the internet, do you always know what's real and what's fake on the internet?
Do you always know what's real and what's fake from your neighbors? Maybe they're just like doing a TV, like a YouTube video. Where
yes, but you have more immediate connection to that, and you have a more immediate risk to yourself if things were to like extend past their own.
Listen, I agree. I wouldn't call CPS because I don't care about either one way or the other.
But you would call CPS on somebody if you felt like it was okay. If you felt like it was a justifiable reason, you would.
Well, by definition, yes. I mean, wouldn't you? If you felt it was okay to call CPS, you would call CPS, no?
Not on a streamer.
What? Okay, but you're saying.
I don't think that. I also don't think that there would be. Okay. I don't think that there would be anything like. I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, if I saw someone punching their child in the face, I mean, I might get banned before I'm able to call the police, but yeah, I'd probably call the police on that. But someone telling a story, even if it was a story of like, so then I picked my kid up and I swung him around, I might be like, that was a crazy story that they told. But if you think that that's a grounds to call the police or call Child Protective Services, like you've lost the plot.
So you wouldn't like call? I mean, this I agree. I wouldn't call just because I don't care. About
again, you're talking about if you listened and you heard two people beating each other in like off screen. That is completely different than someone going like, oh, yep, and then me and my girlfriend were slapping each other around. I might think that that's a crazy, fucked up story for people to tell, but I'm not going to call the police and be like, this guy's abusing his girlfriend.
What if they were telling a crazy story about like at work? Let's say at work, like some guy comes over, he's like, yeah, you know, my kids, they haven't like showered in weeks, and it's like, I'm not gonna let them shower because like if they told a story like that,
you know what's crazy? I'd tell that guy he's a piece. I'd call that guy a piece of shit and be like, are you being serious right now? You're a fucking piece of shit, and you shouldn't do that. You would just call CPS on him and act like a little coward in front of him.
Well,
what would you do?
Is it? I'm not saying you can do both, right?
Well, you're in that moment. You're in an interpersonal. You're in an interpersonal like relationship. You're having a connection 1-to-1. That is completely different than a streamer online. You keep on bringing up these like connections that you have. What about a worker? What if it was your neighbor? What if it was those two things are completely irrelevant. Like those things have no relevancy in the topic.
You're saying that like instead of calling CPS, I would simply engage with them personally. But I'm sure you agree that you can do both, right? You can both engage with them personally, and then if the thing changes and they continue.
Yes, but again, this is about you're asking about you're talking about two completely different things. So yes.
Well, how is it different? No, I'm saying in this case,
how is a streamer different than your coworker? How is a streamer different than your coworker? Did you really just ask me that?
Well, the difference is that you have less of a personal engagement with them. But if you have the facts available, that
there are no facts available. What are the facts available? What are the facts available? A story that he told.
Actually said
that is not a fact. That is a story.
Then it's irresponsible for him to tell the story.
Okay, cool. Then why is it grounds for him to call CPS? Cool, it's an irresponsible story, but you said it's grounds to call CPS.
It's grounds to call. I'd say it's reasonable for like the layman to hear that story and be like, Jesus fucking Christ, that's terrible. And that's what I mean.
That's reasonable. Okay, it's reasonable for the layman to call CPS.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense. Yes, that is wrong to say.
Okay, which part's confusing?
Nothing's confusing. It's stupid. Nothing is confusing. It's dumb.
What's stupid about it?
All of the points that I just made previously.
Which are that you don't know him personally.
You don't know him personally, and let's continue the clip. Let's just continue the clip.
Sure.
Crazy diarrheas. Then when me and Hila start having to get in there and changing his diaper, obviously you put him down, you wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas.
And they put. Thank you, Mrs. Soap and Clay, for the 199. Looping, is this the point of the call? I don't know.
I'm just gonna tell you this as a bigger streamer. It's very impolite to read.
Yeah, bro,
you're
you're a real big streamer.
Well, yeah, I like mog you.
Yeah,
I'm
you
telling you,
always
it's
mog
impolite.
me.
I'm giving you advice for your career, man.
Yeah, bro, for sure. I'll make sure to take
You can
that.
ignore it if you want.
No, I will, but I'll make sure to think about it next time.
I'm just letting you know. It's just like it comes off as like embarrassing.
Hey, man, as a streamer, it's really rude to talk during the clip.
No, I know that as well. I'm just saying that like I just like give you some advice. I mean, you can ignore it or you can use it.
Oh yeah, I'll ignore it. Okay, I'll ignore it. Let's move on.
All right.
So I haven't been diagnosed with it. Neither has Hila.
So I haven't been diagnosed with it. So he was lying when he said I have it, Neela has it. So he was lying. It was a joke.
Well, he wasn't like no. He said he says he thinks he have it. When someone says I have it, I haven't been diagnosed. They're saying as far as I can tell, I have it.
No, so the clip is here. Let's pull up the clip you have now. Do you want to pull up the clip you have? Because is it the clip where he says now Hila has Giardia, Olive has Giardia, Hila has Giardia, and now the baby's pooping. That's the clip. That's the clip you're talking about.
I mean, probably, yeah.
Yeah. So what's the point then? You were wrong about this.
Well, the point is that Ethan makes a wide variety of claims that his family is sick due to
at
what
no
being
point.
neglect. And so it would be reasonable for somebody to act on that behavior.
No, it is unreasonable.
Act on that behavior. That's
So you're wrong.
Well, yeah, but we've already gone over. You think it's like not okay to do like your duty as a bystander if it's a streamer. Like, would you feel the same way if I don't know? Let's say Ice Poseidon was like wailing on some woman in Los Angeles. You think, oh, I don't want to call the police about this or anything.
Again, you're talking about okay. Now we'll talk about okay. So you moved away
this is
from
one-to-one,
so
though.
yeah, you did. You moved away from personal anecdotes of
Well, I'm not
to
moving
individual.
away.
I'm telling you, you moved closer. You moved closer.
I'm trying to make a better comparison.
Okay, I'm trying to answer you. You moved closer to this, but you're still so far off because you're talking about watching somebody. You're talking about watching somebody beat on somebody versus a story an individual told. If Ice Poseidon told a story of him hitting some girl,
So
I would not call the police on him. There's your answer. There's your answer.
The fact that it's a streamer is not the factor which makes it so you would not call CPS. It's the amount of belief you have.
Dude, what are you just talking about? I just told you no. I just told you no. What are you talking about?
No, but you said earlier, well, I wouldn't do it because it's a streamer and it's parasocial. But now you're saying, well, I would do it because I have direct evidence. No?
Okay, yes, I recant my statement. You got me.
Exactly. So I'm glad we agree.
Exactly.
It's okay to take legal action, take police calling action, CPS calling action based
Yes,
on
when
streamers'
on a visual
behaviors.
that you see, on something that you are seeing
have
in the
enough
moment
proof.
that
If
is
you
a
have enough
violent crime. It will define what enough proof is because I think that the level of evidence that it would require is quite high to talk about, again, to take your parasocial relationship that step further and call CPS or the police.
I mean, you could feel that way, but I feel like it's reasonable for someone to think it's not like that far off. I mean, if somebody's telling a story that shows great neglect, and they think, oh, I need to do something about this, in the same way that you might think there's like a visual of somebody showing abuse, and you want to do something about it, I think those are similar, comparable situations.
Yeah, but that's you could think that they're similar, comparable, in the same way that you can say that I think that it's some way. You can think that all you want, and you're wrong. Thinking that someone's statement.
So why are they not comparable situations?
The visual of seeing somebody commit abuse versus a claim somebody makes are two drastically different things. One is a uncouth, bad, very terrible statement. The other is something that you are seeing of someone of abuse.
Okay. So let's say that there was. Then let me bring up a third example. Let's say there's a streamer, and every day.
Oh wait, 1 second. I need to not take your advice real quick. Thank you so much for the one gifted membership from Rum Tum Tugger. I really appreciate it.
Yay! I got a subscriber.
And every day they were like coming on stream and telling stories about how I had to fucking put my wife in her place. She just doesn't understand.
I wouldn't call the police on him. Yeah, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't you would just be okay with it if he was showing.
So should people have called? Should people have called on Pone Waffle or Ponage Waffle, whatever it is, the angry kid that shoved the remote up his butt because his brother was pranking him so hard? It would have been okay for them to call the police on them. His brother was abusing him. He was abusing him. Angry Grandpa.
I haven't seen
they
the
were
video.
abusing Angry Grandpa. Remember? Oh my God.
I haven't seen the video, but if the video looks plausibly real, then I wouldn't blame somebody for calling.
Yeah, I would.
That's the risk you take when you make those kinds of videos. Like, why aren't you putting any responsibility on the people who are making videos which seem to be real? I agree Angry Grandpa is obviously fake, but if the stories seem plausible, what's wrong with taking action based on like if they're not
So-
like listing, hey, this is all made up or whatever, what's wrong with that?
So if I'm watching a movie in a theater and I think it looks real, I should call the police?
Exactly, because if it's in a theater, you know that it's fiction. But on YouTube, obviously there's a bit of a confusion because there are real things and there are, creations of fiction. So that's where there's obviously a difference there, right? Is that you're not sure. And if it's reasonable based on the information in front of you to believe it.
But that's why it's unreasonable. Because you're saying if it's reasonable, but it's always unreasonable because you never have that, like that, that understanding. You can't have that understanding. Unless it is a visual thing you're seeing.
But even if it's a visual, I mean, it's not necessarily real, as we
but
know
again,
from,
you could,
movies and plausible stuff. So
bro,
it's just a matter of you deciding what is enough evidence for you to think something bad is happening here and for you to take action on it. And you seem to think that the amount is much higher than I think. But I think, do you think it's like wrong that I have such a low barrier?
Yes, I do.
Something which at the end of the day, it's not a big deal.
Because I think
yes,
because
it's not gonna like ruin their life. It's fine.
Because it's a waste of those services, and it could ruin their lives.
Oh, you don't know that it's a waste. You don't know that it's a waste. It could if there's actual abuse, but that's, I mean, then, fair enough.
If thousands of people, so you're saying it's okay for reasonable people online to make a call. Thousands of calls going through to CPLs is a waste of those services. You cannot spin that in a way
if just the perfect amount went in, I agree. But that's like what we're dealing with. What's on the internet. Obviously, we can't just we don't have designated reporters or whatever. Well, we do in certain ways, but you know what I mean? It's like, obviously it would be better if just the right amount, the perfect number of people called and no more and no less.
Hey man, it'd be perfect if nobody committed abuse, right? It'd be perfect.
Well, exactly, but we don't live in a perfect world, so obviously it's...
So some people gotta call CPS, you're right, man. Some people gotta call CPS.
Yeah, if they think that there's like a legitimate reason to do so. Exactly.
You're right.
Okay, so I'm glad you feel that way.
Cool, bro. Well, I hope to be on your bigger channel. I hope you can give me a shout out.
And yeah, I wanted to talk to the girl with the microphone about this debate, but she denied it. And I even offered like $200, like a childhood cancer charity. She still said no.
Cool.
It's quite embarrassing, and it shows that she's only in it for herself.
Yeah, cool. Well, I bow down to you. You're a genius. You clearly understand
While I'm here,
debating.
I'd like to bring up that Iconismus is like a groomer. He was like sexting with a 16-year-old, and he's in your chat all the time. I'd like to bring that up. Since I noticed that he's in your chat, Iconismus.
Yeah, well, I
don't know if you feel
evidence
okay
of
about that. I can send you the Google Doc about it. He literally admits, he shows that he was like spending nights like saying that he'd like end his life if she didn't say she loved him and stuff like that. It was pretty disgusting stuff, man. I really think that you need to do something.
Well, if you want to send it over, I'll look at it in private, and I'll give him a ban too. Yeah. But I'll give him a ban. But then I can also give him an opportunity to
publicly. I feel like your audience deserves to know because.
Well, I'll give him a ban publicly if it's true. But I mean,
become a public figure.
But okay, you don't understand that. You seem like a dumb dude. You seem like a dumb liar. I'm not about to just believe whatever you say and send me. I can look into it
right now.
Yeah, and I can look into it on my own time. I don't know why you need me to look at it on stream.
It'd be really
you're a bigger streamer, so make a video yourself. You're a bigger streamer.
I've talked about it already. I just
cool. Then why isn't it more popular, bro? Then I.
What do you want from me, man? Listen, I'm trying to help out the people that he took advantage of, like this minor that he's like lying about. He's saying that they're like a manipulating narcissist.
I wish he was in
him. He's saying the minor groomed him.
I wish he was in chat so he could defend himself a little bit. Maybe I'll get him on a call and we can talk about it.
He was there yesterday. He was there yesterday. I mean, I
you were in here yesterday? You were in here yesterday, or you were watching my stream, or you watched like the VOD?
No, I saw your. I left a comment. I saw your VOD. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Here. Let me send you the link. There you go.
Cool, thank you.
So if you scroll to page, I know there's a lot of pages, but if you scroll to the part about, well, first of all, yeah, the part where he talks about punching his pillow.
Look, bro, I genuinely don't care about someone fucking.
You don't care about like grooming. Okay, awesome, man.
It's not that I don't care about grooming. I don't care about your little claim about a random chatter right now. I can look at it on my own time and then learn about this.
It's the Google Docs claim.
It's a Google Docs claim. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a Google Docs claim. The fuck is that? It's a Google Docs.
Yeah, but
claim. What does that mean?
He made the Google Doc. He sent the DMs. These aren't fake DMs. That's my point.
He sent the DMs. He sent the DMs.
No, he didn't fake them.
Who sent the DMs? He sent them to you?
I'm saying that he posted this Google Doc with the DMs. So these are real DMs, right? I'm not sending you some made up shit. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I don't see why this needs to be like the topic of my stream right now. I was kind of had plans.
Well, why does the CPS stuff matter? If nothing matters at all.
Well, the difference is I have an understanding of the CPS stuff. Iconismus. Right. I don't even know how to say his name. It's literally a guy in my chat.
Well, you can learn. You can learn.
Yeah, well, grooming is a serious allegation that deserves proper handling, and you don't seem like a proper handler.
I agree. Well, why is that? I mean, I'm trying to help you out here.
Well, one, you just so you said that you think that child cancer isn't. I mean, I could pull up the clip again of you saying that child cancer, you just don't like.
Yeah.
It's not important.
Yeah, pull it up, man. It's not compared to adult cancer. Like, if you had to choose between like one child and one adult, I think you always choose the adult if they're like able-bodied. Obviously, I'm not.
Well, they're not able-bodied. They have cancer, right? They're not able-bodied. They have cancer. It's a fucking
so
stupid argument.
So, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. They both have cancer. So you can't say.
Well, the child could live longer. The child has more. The child has more time to live. So it could. That's a weak argument. Don't.
Just because they have more time to live doesn't mean they're going to do anything with it.
Just because an adult has
experience, which I think has value.
Okay, and the child is living right now, and that life has value too.
Yeah, they both have life. So we can't just say that life has value. You have to pick between the two. You know what I mean?
Why do you have to pick between the two? That doesn't make any sense.
Because that's the point of the hypothetical. I'm saying if you have to pick between an adult and a child.
Why do you? But you don't have to. This is the real world, and you said that people shouldn't care about child cancer. They should care more about.
I'm saying I understand that you can help both people. I'm saying that if we have to put our focus to either child cancer or adult cancer, I think it's unfortunate that adult cancer so often gets neglected in terms of donations and whatnot.
It seems like a kind of just a ridiculous point. Then the money could go to adults instead. Why does that matter?
Because
the potential, because you think the potentiality of those
money, then
you're not donating her money.
They're not donating money. What?
They're not donating money to her. You said they're donating her money.
Well, I'm not saying to her. I'm saying if
you said to her, those are the words you said.
Our emotions, as opposed to where it could be best served. I think that's like a bad way of engaging with,
Well, why care about cancer at all then? Why not put it to more valuable stuff about people that are living life? Why care about cancer at all?
It's quite valuable. No.
No. Why is it though? But why is it? We could put that money to more valuable stuff to people that are able-bodied. You talk about able-bodied. You said the able-bodied people. You were talking about able-bodied people. You were just talking about able-bodied people though. What about the actual able-bodied people that don't have cancer?
We should
care about them more.
Welfare, which enables able-bodied people. I agree. We should have like grants and stuff like that.
So why care about the cancer at all?
Well, that is just because you can care about one thing doesn't mean you can't care about
both.
Something else.
Yeah, duh. So goodbye.
Exactly.
Have a good one. Have a good one. This conversation's done.
So just because I'm saying that the child cancer isn't important compared to the adult cancer.
No, you didn't say it isn't important comparatively. You said it isn't important. Why not care about something like adult cancer? You said who cares about child cancer?
Yeah, compared to adult cancer. And that's why I think that I brought it up so that people open their eyes a bit, so they don't get blinded by the horror of childhood cancer. Because I feel like it's important that people engage with both. And I agree, there's other stuff other than just those two issues with reality, but those were the ones I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, and it's a bad point. It's a dumb point.
Saying that this is a picture of Iconismus suicide baiting the minor over them being mean to him in Apex Legends. So you can read through that, I guess, on your stream. It's from the Google Doc, obviously.
Yeah, I'll do that on my own. I hope you have a good one. Take it easy. Make sure to make some good content. It's a lot of fun.
What do you think about the lawsuits then?
What do I think about the lawsuit? Dude, I don't want to have a conversation with you anymore. Do you want to just keep talking all day?
Why not, man? Why not?
Because you're just some nobody online that's totally a troll.
I'm more popular than
you. I'm having fun. Yeah, cool. Yeah, we're both nobodies. Yeah, we are literally both nobodies.
Okay. I don't see. So yeah, I feel like it would benefit you to speak with me. Really, I'm doing you a favor, to be quite honest.
You're doing me a favor by coming on my stream? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, because
are you bringing people over here? No.
My audience.
How? Are you gonna make?
Yeah, but
So you are gonna make this a clip?
Yeah,
then.
because you're.
So you are gonna make this a
with
clip.
you.
So you just want the runtime?
Well, yeah, I'm streaming right now.
You just want the runtime.
I'm allowing people to be familiar with your personhood and your arguments, and so in a way, I'm benefiting you. So if we talk about the lawsuits, that's gonna help you out. I just show your intelligence about this particular drama.
I mean, you've already shown your lack of intelligence, bro.
Well, yeah, but you can demonstrate your increase in intelligence compared to me. So that's
why would that be necessary? Why would that be necessary? I can do that on my own.
Well, I
can do that on my own. It wouldn't benefit
show
me.
That I'm like a fool if that's how you feel. Of course, I'm right about the situation.
Dude, you are the worst at reverse your reverse psychology is literally elementary level.
You will come off like a fool because obviously I know more about you.
If you know more than me, then tell me I'm wrong.
Regarding the copyrights.
Prove to me I'm wrong since you know so much.
It'll turn out bad for you because you're incorrect about the situation. But if you were correct about the situation, it would benefit you.
Oh yes, I'm wrong. I'm wrong about everything. You are right. I bow down. You are a genius.
My understanding of your position on the lawsuits is correct. You think that Denims violated Ethan's copyright when it was very clear she was being transformative. And just in general, the idea that Ethan is trying to protect copyright is just like a farce. That he's
Am I
gonna
just
go
the
out
only
there
one
and
you're
use.
able to have a debate with right now? Is that what it is? Nobody wants to talk?
I just don't understand. Like, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I'm just.
I just told you I don't want to talk to you like 3 times. How many times did I tell you I don't want to talk to you?
It's like you're obviously interested in these like conversations.
Yeah, I am. I'm interested in having these conversations. That's why I was willing to have you on, but you immediately wanted to switch it into one of my chatters. You want to talk about all this? Like, you keep jumping from topic to topic.
That was like much after we had the CPS call.
I know, but you're also like you started with, we went from girl with a microphone to
and then the CPS stuff.
Then the CPS stuff.
And now the lawsuits.
Yeah, cool. Why are like in all these points you just made like non-arguments?
Well, I've made arguments, and we have like some disagreements about like the requirement of like a bystander to engage in a situation if they're a live streamer. But it's, I mean,
yeah, and that's an
actual argument we had. I don't see how it's a
that
non-argument.
is it's a non-argument because it's just ridiculous to claim that people should like, dude, come on.
It can be a. But you don't think it's ridiculous?
Saying that the
you
onus
admitted that if somebody was beating their girlfriend on the stream, that you would like think maybe you should call the police.
Cool,
so you don't think
yes.
it's like ridiculous?
Yes, and like
So
I said,
I
I recant that statement. I was being too hyperbolic in the same way that Ethan was being too hyperbolic in the statement, in the same way that I said that it was a bit uncouth. You shouldn't have said it that far because some people might take it too far and call CPS, but I do not think that that calling of CPS is then somehow justifiable.
Right, I understand that that's your position. I mean, obviously I disagree.
Yeah, cool, we have different positions. Why do you want to talk then? Because your position isn't changing me an inch.
Just because you disagree with somebody.
But you aren't moving me an inch. You aren't
hash out the issues.
You aren't moving me an inch because you keep just reiterating the same points over and over again. Make a new argument.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do a new argument about the lawsuit stuff. That's why.
How does that have to do? That has nothing to do with CPS. How does that have anything to do with CPS?
Well, it's about Ethan. I guess we could keep talking about CPS if you want. Yeah, sure. So like, in terms of the CPS stuff, I just think that like Ethan is obviously only bringing this up in order to gain the basically like positive attention, similar to the cancer stuff with girl to microphone. If Ethan Klein was sensible, he wouldn't bring it up at all because it's only going to encourage people to continue harassing him. And so it's disgusting to me that like he's trying to pretend he was emotionally damaged by it when he's obviously using it in a opportunistic manner. There, how about that argument? What do you think of that?
It was a little long-winded. But I will say that's a better argument. It is a better argument to say that he's using it as a means of gaining attention. Because that seems to be the only other argument you have, is either it's wrong or they're doing it for attention. So maybe he is. Does that mean it's okay?
Does it mean calling CPS is okay? Well, obviously, that would depend on the facts that
in this instance, you have the information that I've given you. Do you think it was okay to call Ethan and Eli? Because you keep talking about these other instances. What about this instance?
Based on the CPS report, it seems like they were not abusing their kids, and I'm glad that the CPS report found that. So
we're not talking about if the CPS. So we're not talking. So you are glad that they called CPS. Well, and you think that based on this, you think that this is enough evidence? No, okay, not glad. Yeah, so you think this is reasonable evidence?
Yes, Ethan Klein stating that he neglects his kids is reasonable.
But he didn't say that. Where did he say that? At what point in what we just watched did he say that?
I'm neglecting my kids. He spoke about obviously.
Okay, so you are expanding from something and making an untrue claim.
Well, I think it is true that Ethan.
Yeah, you think your opinion, which is
Well, the hygiene of his house. However, I think it's very clear. And I'm sure you would agree.
But you were talking about you have to do it based on the facts. You literally said, yes, it's your opinion. But you said, oh, well, based on the facts that are available, you should be able to call CPS. But you just said that it's your opinion. So there's no point that it's justifiable to call CPS on Ethan, right?
Well, no, it's my opinion that the facts are as they are. Now, of course, the facts could be, I could be wrong about something. It could be that like somebody's lying about some certain situation. However, I'm saying, when I say it's my opinion, I'm saying that my summarization of the facts leads me to thinking that this was a reasonable course of action.
You're really fact.
And this is all assuming that's like it was people in public that called CPS and not like his maid or, himself.
Well, you think if the maid was the one doing it, she probably would have made a better lie then, right? And not one that
What lie? Why would she? What do you mean?
Well, I guess they didn't write anything in the actual document, right? They just said that it was They didn't say what the actual call was for.
Exactly. So it could have been made. We have no idea that it's like these snark communities that Ethan has jumped to blaming.
The time's just a coincidence then. The timing's just a major coincidence.
Well, what timing? This was like weeks after the segment, which then was made. And you could say the timing's just a coincidence regarding the maid stuff too.
Do you think that calls immediately people go, like the CPS, they get the call and then they immediately go to someone's house? Or do you think that there's paperwork and stuff that they do before even going over?
Exactly. So we can't really base the length afterwards on that. If
Okay, so
anything,
it could have been
helps
Snark, but
the
so
maid
it could have
argument even more.
so it could have been Denham's
Or the
community.
maid. It could have been anyway. It could have been Ethan himself. We don't have adequate proof to blame them. That's my point.
But either way, they were lying. So if it was the maid, but if it's the maid, then they were a liar, and you will say that then, right? Because the maid would have
about the Giardia stuff.
Well, the maid would have immediate. The maid is lying about the necessity to call CPS.
Well, we don't know what's
because
in
the
the
maid would
call.
be
We
in the
just said we
house.
don't know what's
Well,
in the
no,
call.
but the maid would know that it's in the house. CPS said that the claim was unfounded, so that would be a lie.
Well, I don't know what's in the claim, but I mean, maybe the maid lied, sure, but that doesn't mean.
Okay.
But so I'm not saying the maid's.
I actually just wanted to test you to see if you would actually like take back anything, because it just seems like you're willing to
take back. Well, I've never said that the maid is honest. I'm just saying that we don't know. It was these snark communities that Ethan is blaming.
But the point is that you're saying that it was a justifiable claim, but if it was the maid, then it is wholly unjustifiable.
Well, no, it can be justified. Like
No, it couldn't,
You can
but it
hear
couldn't.
a fight in another apartment. Let me just bring up this example again. You can hear a fight.
That is a
in
weak.
another
Let's talk about the
and then
discussion at
multiple
hand, the actual thing
police.
we're talking about. What
And,
is the point of
let's say
bringing
that
up
the
all of these
girlfriend
random
calls the police.
arguments?
No, I'm making a comparison to this. Just because it's justifiable doesn't mean they did it.
This has no relevancy to the conversation that we're having. You're just bringing up redundant.
You just said that I
random
contradicted
things.
myself when I said that. Oh, but you said it's justifiable, but now you're saying they did. It could. I'm saying it's justifiable. That doesn't prove that it was somebody from that community that called.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How many Jews died in the Holocaust?
Well, around 6 million, I think.
Okay. It's a good answer. A little bit of hesitancy, I must say.
My apologies. I think there's a delay because I'm from Europe.
Are
But no,
you,
I'm serious.
are you
Like, obviously,
writing?
can
Are
be
you writing with?
justified in doing
Are you writing with a
something. That doesn't
pencil?
mean you did it.
Are you writing with a pencil right now?
I'm just like doodling.
Oh, I heard a scribble.
I just-
What are you
I
drawing?
just-
What are you drawing?
It's like a tipper.
What are you drawing right now?
It's like a bunch of circles or whatever.
Just a bunch of circles. Like,
circles
do you
and
just
squares.
scribble?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Do you just do shapes, or do you do other
No,
stuff too?
listen. I can draw. I can draw quite. I have. I drew Guts from Berserk once.
Oh, really?
You wanna
Oh,
see
that's.
it?
I mean, that's pretty sick. I don't need to see it. I believe you.
But no, I should like do more painting. I just don't.
That'd be
find,
cool. I mean,
the time to
honestly,
do it,
some
I guess.
painting streams, like drawing streams, I think those have been doing really well.
I did
lately.
one of those.
Really? Okay, I might have to check that out.
For you, they're doing well for you, or just like
No,
in
I've just
general?
been seeing them. It's a niche right now. I know I'm a smaller streamer than you, so maybe you're not a part of it. I'm in the small streamer Reddit, and so our small YouTube Reddit. So I look at different people's posts.
I was in that one years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, man. It's that many. Oh, so long ago.
Has it been working out for you? Has it been working out for you?
It does all right. I've been going up. We get like 10. Probably like around 20 new subscribers a week. Probably not great, but it's up. The up and up.
How long have you been doing this for?
Year and a half.
Year and a half.
Yeah.
Oh, that's quite good. There's like upward momentum there.
Yeah,
Plus,
no,
you have
no,
like people
for
like
sure.
Alex Fiction, Iconismus, the Groomer in your chat. So I mean, clearly you're appealing to an audience. That's awesome.
Well, do you have something wrong with Alex the Fiction? Because I'm closer with him. Like
no, I'm saying that you're appealing to the
Iconismus,
Asian
he
community.
can.
I think
he
he's
can
like
kinda-
I think he's like a unfunny retard cocksucker.
Oh, you use the R word, dude.
Yeah.
I thought you were.
No, I know. I
oh,
went
come
there.
on, man.
What do you think of my chicken? I sent you my chicken that I drew.
Oh, you did? Let me see. Ah, that's nice.
It's a
is that digital or is
well,
that?
I used the tablet for the first time
Okay.
digitally, so it's like the first. It's a low quality picture, but
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I can tell that the image is low. Like the drawing's good. The image is low quality.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, I have a Wacom tablet. I barely use it though. I'm not too good at art.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more,
No, I got
I'm more cartoony.
I used to have one, but I got there's like a thing called Super Display where if you have an Android tablet, you can use it as like a second screen and like draw.
Oh,
It's really good if you have.
That's sick.
Like
No, I didn't know
an
that.
Android tablet.
No,
I'll
that's
get one
super
of
sick.
those.
Here, wait. I'm gonna send you.
If
I'm
you
gonna send you a
already have it,
piece.
it's better.
No, yeah, I'm gonna send you a piece of my art. Here, wait 1 sec. We're having fun right now. This is the conversation we should be having. Here, where the hell's my art? I had like a whole thing full of art. Where'd it go? Now it looks like I'm a liar. Oh, there we go. That one. What? I guess I'll just send a screenshot of a thing. Damn it. Now you think I'm bad at art too. Now you think I'm dumb and bad at art.
I haven't seen it yet, so.
I know, but it's like I'm lying because I haven't sent it.
Well, I assume you have it. It's just
and I'm trying to
I
find
just think
it.
you're bad at like browse. I think you're bad at using a computer. It's
Yeah,
nothing to do with your art, man.
Yeah, no, that's
I just
true.
think you're shitty at browsing. On
No, I have too many folders. I have so many subfolders. I have a work folder, and then inside of that I have like 10 folders, and then each of those have their own folders too. And I went into the one that was supposed to be my art folder, and I'm like, it's not. None of the images are in there, and so now I'm confused, just like scoping out the rest of them. Yeah, you know, it's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah. I think also just Windows as file explorer isn't that good, man. You know, do you know like there's like different file explorers or whatever? It's like
I didn't actually. There are like just ones you can just port on.
Yeah. Like there's one called the problem is like all of the old ones are designed for like people who are like boomers basically. But there's one called Directory Opus that's really good. It costs like $100. It's really good. But it's like, do I want to spend $100 just to like browse files better? And it's like, how the fuck do I justify that?
Yeah, that's no. I mean, that's how I feel every time. I'm like, it's like like obviously, I just feel like anything with a computer. I'm like, I know that I can upgrade on like my RAM and on my CPU, and I'm like, I just don't think the money's worth it when I experience crashes not very often. So what's the point?
Yeah, it's just hard to justify. But hey, I mean, you know, maybe if your streaming career pops off, you can become a professional file browser. Then you can like write stuff on your taxes.
You know,
that'd be epic.
You know, no, I don't want to go in the taxes folder. You know, it's in there.
Of course. Nay.
Always. Okay, well, I guess I'm just a shitty artist. I can't find them.
All right, no problem, man.
I'll just share.
I just feel like, you know, when it comes to this whole Ethan stuff, I just feel like there's like so much hate on both sides. You know, I just wish we could all come together and just have the conversations. That's why
I mean, we're having a great conversation
I understand
now.
It comes off as like, you know, Parry, you just want to like troll, you just want to attack. But I just feel like when we actually engage with the facts of the situation, like this has like been a recent thing with like the Dennis filing where people are just like lying or whatever about like some editing being stitched or someone being a mod when they're not. And I just feel like why even bother lying? We could just like talk about the facts.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you know,
So
I don't want
here's
to
the
be
thing.
parasocial about Denim, Sasan, or Ethan. I just think we should look at the fucking facts of the case and be like, okay, maybe Ethan's right, maybe he's not. And then we can say maybe there's a good or a bad thing. We don't just hold this person against them.
Well, obviously.
People should harass anyone.
Mm-hmm. No, I can agree with you on that. I completely stand with you there. I don't think we disagree on that at all.
Here's the thing. What are we gonna say?
What do you mean? I might have started saying something. I don't know.
You said like, here's the thing. So
I thought I found it, but here I'm gonna just see if I have this Instagram page still available. Because if it's available on here, then I can just send an image, send a screenshot. They are. You like Smiling Friends?
I think so. I like season 1. I thought that the other seasons were a bit like mediocre, I guess.
Yeah, I get you. I feel like, you know, it's always a one and done on some level for some shows. It's like you start with your best and it's a downward scale. Here's a little fan art I did a while back.
That's epic, man. It's epic.
Here, I'm gonna show it to my chat too. Well, you know, man, this is a good conversation. I had a lot of fun.
Ethan, what would it take you to feel like what's your just thought? What's your whole take on like the Ethan Klein guy? What's your whole take on him? Because I see you cover him a lot, but I only saw you talk about me that one time.
Well, I think it's probably like a complicated issue. It'd probably have to be on particular topics. Because like there are certain things I've pushed back on. Oh, sorry,
like what?
Go. Like what?
Yeah.
Well, one thing that I've specifically talked about is recently they brought up again like the whole blackface thing and the usage of the N-word. And obviously I think that the time period and stuff like that, it's like there's obviously a conversation there, but I think that the part that I take umbrage with for Ethan is that he always talks about the usage of the hard R, and I agree with him that like it is like contextual. He didn't understand the actual context that he was trying to like establish in using the N-word, and I think that's where he fell short. But then he used the N-word with the soft A much more like flagrantly, if you want to say, on like featured videos and stuff on other people's channels. And I think that if he wants to talk about like his actual usage of different words and like the, you know, racism that people have seen, I think that that's probably something to own up to and talk about, because he acts as though that was like never a part of his normal verbiage.
He does? Oh, okay. I know he says he did that whole reckoning.
He doesn't, but he has in like 10 years ago. Sorry, am I giving you more ammo? Is that what it is?
No, I know he used to say the N-word or whatever, but then he said, "Oh, I had like a reckoning where I moved on."
I had
But
a
nowadays he's like
reckoning?
says bitch or whatever. So haven't you heard Ethan say he calls it the reckoning? Does Ethan?
Oh no, I mean I've never heard him say the reckoning. I watch a lot of the show. Maybe do you mean you saw it in a singular clip where they emphasized that it was called the reckoning?
No,
or what?
he said this a lot of times. He says it. He used to say it a lot. I don't know. It was around when he was doing leftovers. Actually, that's when he was saying it. I don't know what he talks about anymore. But no, it seems I do agree. Ethan's like use of language. It seems like he wants to be able to call people bitches. And then he's like, "Oh, but can I say it?" He does want to like play both sides in terms of that stuff.
Well, I mean,
And,
you just called somebody the R word, so I mean, where's your leg to stand on?
But I'm like fine with saying that sort of stuff, I guess. But I'm talking. There is an inconsistency there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
So you don't necessarily care. You're just trying to point out the hypocrisy.
I just feel like he's like. It seems like he doesn't care. And I feel like but he's like trying to signal to his audience I would say like wine mom sort of, to be like, oh, this is bad guys. Oh, but can I say the bitch for denims? I feel like there's a bit of an inconsistent hypocrisy there, where he's trying to present something to his audience.
Well, I'd say
Obviously,
that
I think it's fine to say.
honestly, my argument would be that I think that some people care more than others, and that we've talked about it in my own chat, that like the usage of bitch or pussy, I think are it depends on the context, you know. I think that it's probably worse. Like, would you like? Here's my question: do you think it's okay to just be like, "Oh, this bitch," being like calling someone a bitch?
I think on its own, I would do that, and I have done that quite often. But I do get worried sometimes that maybe people in my audience like they jump to be hateful towards women, and it's like sometimes when I see the woman as being like the innocent one, like maybe I'm doing some sort of.
Then
like,
you might agree with me on this. You might agree with me on this stance, then, because my whole point is this: I don't necessarily care with someone saying bitch if that person is acting as accordingly. I care with the usage of it flagrantly as like when people are just in passing being like, oh, I was talking to this bitch today, you know what I mean, stuff like that. I think is probably worse.
You just have to be careful that you're not like, slipping into it by default, and you're only using it if you like want to make like an argument or whatever. I agree. It's like something to like be mindful of.
Okay. I want to say
I don't think it's the end of the world.
We got somewhere. At least we agreed on something.
Oh, that's epic. That's epic.
So what else? You got anything else? You want to? I mean, honestly, I care less. I think that the Denims case is probably the more heavy hitter. I think that Frogan's is probably just more funny to. The reason Frogan is being added is because she was added onto these snark pages that were spreading it. And if you want to say that that's not a heavy enough claim that she is in cahoots with them, I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's a fair. That's an argument that they're going to have to dish out with in court, right? They're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, they're currently hashing it out in court, right? They were saying that like some French streamer was like communicating with them, but apparently like they never responded back. So I just in general, I feel like what annoys me about the Ethan Klein lawsuits is that like he's saying he's doing it for the copyright stuff, but at the same time there are people like XQC and Asmongold who he isn't going after. I know he says it's because of the malicious thing, but I've looked into it copyright wise, and saying that you are doing something maliciously does not mean that doesn't mean anything in legal precedent, right? Like, you know how he says,
it's a standard that he set.
Stealing my views.
Yeah, it's a standard he set.
It's kind of like the same equivalent of if
you're
you
right.
said, "Oh, I'm going to rob a bank," and then you got sued for it, right? That's not how it works. Just because you say something doesn't mean that's what you're doing.
Well,
that annoys me, because I feel like now people are running with that. It's like, oh, they said they're doing it maliciously. But what matters is, are they being transformative? And in the case of Casey Strong, I agree she wasn't, definitely not. Frogan I haven't looked into. But with Denims, I think that's fair to say that she was being quite transformative.
Denims was not being
transformative. And even Ethan agrees, that's why he's suing her for the countdown, her reactions to the countdown, and not the actual content nuke itself, or not just that anyway. And it just annoys me that there's so much confusion now about like the way that fair use of copyright works. And I love it's coming from Ethan's justifications for these lawsuits. And I feel like if Ethan wants to do that, he should have sued for defamation, if that's the main reason behind why he's suing these people. But he's not. He's suing for copyright.
So you said you looked into copyright? Hello? You there? Are you there? Parry? Where's Parry?
Hello?
You there? I can hear you. Can you hear me? I just heard you come through one. 1 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 2.
Sir, can you hear me, man?
I can hear you now. Can you not hear me? I can see it coming through. You should. I think you might have muted something.
I see you're talking on.
I can
stream,
hear.
don't.
I can hear you.
You can hear me.
Yeah.
Let me just like try rejoining, I guess, or
maybe. Maybe.
Hello?
Hear me now? No? Still no?
Oh, fuck, man. It's kind of awkward. Let me just like
saying I was bad at
it's kind of like, you know, gulp, you know what I mean? Let me try changing my earbuds. I don't think it's my earbud.
Look who can't use a computer now.
Look who can't use a computer. We don't know if it's your fault or not.
Oh, I can hear you, so I don't think
We don't
that's
know
my
if it's your
fault.
fault or not now, man.
I can hear.
fair.
I can hear you. I can
you say
see your
something?
stuff. I'm talking right now. You can see my green on Discord. Look on Discord. You can see my green going. Your green is not going. Take a look, everybody. My green, his green. His green goes when he talks. He should be able to hear me. It's his audio. Yeah, he's having issues. Is this where the troll just ends?
I have no idea what's happening, man. Fuck me. Let me try restarting Discord. I'll be.
Okay, I'll give him a second, I guess. And he said that, well, the point I'm going to bring up is that he said that he looked into fair use. Did he look into the 4 factors of fair use? Let's go on his stream. Let's see what he's doing.
No, this is a new one. This is a new one for me. Hello?
Oh, sorry, I have your stream open too. Talk, hello? Hear me?
Well, the way I see it is because you can see my green thing. You see on Discord, it's like glowing green.
Mine is glowing green too.
But when you speak,
mine is glowing green
your
too.
Discord is not glowing
I'm
green.
showing it on screen.
you
I'm showing it on screen. Look at it. It's
try
glowing green right
giving me a
now.
call and joining back.
Okay, maybe it is my end. I'll try it. Let's give it one try. Disconnect. Was it mine? Was it me?
Now I can hear you now. Yeah.
It was me. Oh. How does that make any sense? If I could hear you, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, weird.
I guess. So yeah, I was saying about the lawsuit.
You said you looked. You said you looked into fair use.
Yeah.
So purpose and character of use don't matter.
Yeah, they do matter, and the purpose character use of Denims is, like I said, like K-Stron's definitely wasn't transformative. Frogus, I didn't look at her stream, but Denims was, I would say, based on the way she did the analysis. But the thing that Ethan is focusing on is the maliciousness. Like, they're saying, oh, I'm doing this to take his views. And as far as I get with fair use, that is not relevant. That might be relevant to, personally, Ethan gets upset, but it's not relevant to whether or not they violated copyrights. Or
well,
whether or not
what that is
fair use.
it's showing that was their character of use, the intent that they had, and then the effect on the market is then what is being then.
Well, the effect of the markets would be the same way regardless. As far as the character of their use, that's based on what their analysis was.
But that's why there's 4 pillars. So if you're
smoking weed, but with Denim, she is actually responding to the points, and that's the character of the use, not the claim that they make about why they're doing it.
Russ, did you watch her full stream? So you watched the full thing and you think that it was transformative? Yeah.
Yeah, for Denims, yeah. I didn't look into Rogan's. I looked into K-Strons, and I would say that she was not being transformative. Now, I will say it is kind of shitty.
But I asked you a question. I asked you a question. I want you to answer that question. Just yes or no. You watched Denim's stream all the way through.
I didn't watch it all the way through. I watched
Okay, so you can't say that it was transformative without having watched it all the way through.
You can't.
How long was it? How long was it? How long was it?
It was like 3 hours. So it was like 3.5 hours. Yes.
Okay, so you only saw 1/3 of it. There's no way that you can make the distinction on the level of transformation based on 1/3 of the content when they've literally outlined on the lawsuit all of the instances in which she spoke. Yep. They literally outline it. They show all of the breaks. They show all the times.
They do outline it, and I know that she speaks throughout the.
She pauses to speak.
Analysis.
I guess is the
arguments
is the
are
claim.
relevant to it. Yeah, correct. Yes. So she's
but again, the level of transformation would be in those pauses, which you didn't see.
The video into ones where she's adding.
Just pausing it is not but just pausing it is not transformation.
No, I agree. Pausing it is not just transformation. I never said it was.
But you're saying that you think that she met the level of transformation, even though you haven't seen it.
Well, I haven't seen all of it. I've seen a portion of it.
Yeah, so you haven't seen if it's fully transformation.
I'm sure you haven't seen all of it either, to be clear.
No, I haven't, but it's a lawsuit. You're the one that has the onus to make the claim right now.
Well, no, I feel like it would be on Ethan to show that it's a justified lawsuit.
This is a debate between me and you. Ethan's not here. You're the one making the claim that
that
it was transformative. You said it was transformative. I'm saying that I'm laying on the lawyers. I'm leaning on the lawyers here.
Well, they both have lawyers. No, so we can't use the fact that once they both have lawyers. So you haven't proved that it is justified. I'm saying that based on my analysis of a third of the Denim's podcast, Denim's reaction to it, it did seem to be like she was engaging with it in a transformative fashion.
Okay, well, cool. I mean, like I said, I didn't see the full thing either. You didn't see the full thing. We got to see it in court. From everything that I've seen, it does not seem to meet the level of transformation. And beyond that, there are 4 pillars of fair use. And the effect on the market, you can say that it doesn't have an effect on the market, but pointing out that you are directly trying to keep people from seeing the original is like, it's explicit at that point. That there is at least an attempt at effect on the market.
Of the pillars of fair use. Like, maybe it's possible that, like, in the final, termination by the judge, he'll use that as like a reason to punish them more or less. However, like it's like I was saying earlier, you can say, "Oh, I robbed a bank." That doesn't mean that you did, right? Just because they say,
just like Ethan's saying, just like
that's what they're doing.
So just like Ethan's saying that Giardia, that his kid has Giardia, doesn't mean that the claim is true, right? It doesn't mean that it's real.
It doesn't mean it's true. It might give someone plausible reason to look into it.
So it's okay for him. So it's okay for him to sue him. You just disagree that it's wrong. You don't think that it's justified, or you think that it's justified to sue them. You think it's justified to sue them. You just think that he's wrong.
I think if they are violating, well, you can sue anybody legally. I'm saying morally.
Well, no.
Sort of like engage in.
But if you think it is justifiable to
desist,
if you think it is justifiable to call CPS based on claims that Ethan made, then why is it not justifiable for Ethan to sue based on claims that Denim's made, whether or not they are true or not? Regardless of if they're true.
By justifiable, I feel like there are other steps Ethan could have taken before going to the lawsuit, which would have led to ameliorating the situation, such as sending a cease and desist, such as dealing with Twitch's content ID system. Those are methods which Ethan did not take.
Well,
in fact, he did the opposite. He said himself, he set a trap. So he tried as hard as he can to cause those damages and not to deal with it in the simplest way.
Well, we're talking about like the facts of the matter right now, and I'll just interject my own opinion here, and that I do think that what Ethan is doing is good because it is pushing back against the faulty like copyright system on Twitch and just copyright in general, whereas he has set a standard for reaction videos. There is not a standard for reaction streams, and there should be some kind of standard before some other big corporation comes in and just creates a full swath claim and just kind of fucks everybody over.
Are you talking about a legal or a moral standard? Are you talking about a legal or a moral standard? Or a social standard, rather?
What are you talking about?
Because I think he's standards.
I think he is creating a legal standard here. That's what a lawsuit's for, right?
My understanding, then why did he settle with Casetron? My understanding is that means that it cannot be used in order to create precedent.
Well, I mean, that's just a singular instance, so I guess we'll see. If he does settle with the rest of them, then I guess that's true. But I mean, I think that the pursuit is a fair one.
If he's trying to set a standard, which I believe, I'm sorry, there's something in the lawsuits I remember about the standards. I don't remember which way it goes or the other. But if he's trying to set a standard, that's fair enough. It would just seem that like his behavior in terms of Casetron would go against that. Now, maybe he just sends 3 people and he's going to pick the one at the very end. I think in terms of a social standard, though, that's definitely what's happening. I don't know if you disagree. I feel like socially it comes off as if you are mean to Ethan, he will sue you. Not as if if you copyright infringe Ethan, he's going to sue you. Because there are people like there are people like XQC and Asmongold who did less analysis of the content nuke than Denim's who are not getting sued.
So why why not sue Hassan then?
Why not sue Hassan? Because that's the exact opposite direction, right? Hassan did even more analysis of the content nuke.
But why does it matter if he's just doing it to try and like I don't understand what your point is here. If he's only going after
my point is
for
that
money,
the social precedent Ethan is setting is not about copyright infringement. It is about if you are mean.
What do you mean
to
social
Ethan
precedent?
Klein in your analysis? Well, like,
oh, you're
you know,
saying
like, for
okay. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
like,
Okay,
for
I know. I get what you're
example,
saying. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
All
You're
right.
saying of
So, like, it
criticizing.
seemed-
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it seems like based on the people he is going after, relatively poor compared to Ethan. Obviously, I'm not saying Dems or whatever are poor, but relatively poor people who he can punish with the lawsuits. And so socially, it's like, oh, if you are weak and you are mean to me, Ethan, I will go after you. If you are rich, like Hassan, I won't go after you. And if you are nice to me, like Aspergold or XQC, even though they were less transformative than Denims, then I will not go after you. That's the social precedent. Now, legally, it's yet to be seen, obviously, but.
So it's just a thought. It's just a thought you have.
What about the social? No, I think it's very fair to say that like his behavior would lead people to that conclusion. No.
I mean, one might draw that conclusion, sure, but I also think that. Do you think that my conclusion is too far gone?
What's your conclusion again?
So you just weren't listening? Or are you just waiting for moments to rattle stuff off?
You were saying a lot of stuff. You were saying a lot of stuff. Like, what specific conclusion? The one that he's only going after people who are malicious to him? That conclusion, you mean, in particular?
I'm just...
Because if you're talking about the point about it being malicious, I'm just... The way that Ethan is playing games with this, where he's, like, make a case to unsettle and basically compelling the apology from her, the way that he was, like, teasing Sean the Black unless Taylor Lorenz apologized, just the way that Ethan has engaged with these lawsuits...
What do you mean by compelling the... What do you mean compelling the statement? Like
apology from Caseytron? It seems clear to me that Caseytron made that apology seemingly after they had the deliberation regarding settlement of their lawsuit, and so basically the pressure on Caseytron was if she does not settle, she's going to go bankrupt or whatever. So she kind of has to settle, and the settlement involved making that apology.
So you think that she just agreed to something that she truly does not believe in at all?
Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't she?
What about the most recent statement she made then calling out Hassan? Was that also not in earnest?
What most recent statement? You mean, wasn't she like in Hassan's chat laughing about it afterwards, or?
She made some other statement, didn't she? Someone sent it to me on Discord. There was some other thing I just saw on, and I'll be the one to say I saw it on Reddit. I didn't see the full stream, so maybe it's out of context. Yeah. But
well, because I mean, I'm not even the only one that thinks. There's many people who have been saying, yeah, it seems like the case runs full of shit, and it seems like the reason she had to make that statement was, based on the agreement that they made during the settlement. With
they made a settlement that she agreed to, and you're saying that she agreed to it under duress.
Essentially, yeah. The duress is, he will continue with the lawsuit that she cannot afford.
Okay, I mean, I just disagree. I think I laid out why I disagree. You're fair to have that belief. I think it's a bit conspiracy. I think it's a bit conspiratorial.
It's a bit conspiratorial that Caseytron was like compelled basically into.
You are saying that she was so fearful that she made a statement because she was so afraid. Like, that is conspiratorial because you have no evidence of this. You are just making a claim.
The evidence would be circumstantial. Obviously, she made a statement after the settlement was.
But what if she was joking about those? You don't know if she's joking, like you were saying about the other stuff. Maybe she's lying about that. We never know. No, if it's going to make her bankrupt, we don't know.
About if it's going to make her bankrupt. She's lying about if it's going to make her bankrupt. Well, we have a good idea, I think, of Casey's finances. Even didn't Ethan himself admit that she was like poor? I mean, maybe Ethan was lying when he said that.
How does Ethan know?
How does Ethan know?
Well, does he know what her finances are?
How does he know what her finances are? So, I don't understand where you're going with this. You're saying that
I'm just saying that what you're doing is you're completely willing.
What saying is genuine.
You're willing to say that about anybody else's statement when it suits your argument. You said that about, well, maybe they were joking when Denim said that she's trying to siphon the views away, like that she's just joking. How do we know she isn't joking?
It doesn't matter if she's joking or not. She could be serious. I could seriously say, I'm going to freaking.
So because she could be.
If I don't, then I'm not guilty of it.
But I just love that you keep using that as the argument. If I keep saying that I'm wrong, I didn't do it.
Well, no, I'm not saying if you keep saying it. I'm saying that just saying it in itself doesn't mean that you're doing it.
Yeah. Okay. But they did it. But they did it too.
Yeah,
they didn't just say it. They did it. They followed up with it.
You can say they did it too. But Ethan's justification for going after them is them saying it. That's the issue I have. Is that should not be the justification. Is them saying and basically teasing Ethan.
Again, it's about the 4 pillars of fair use. The thing you said you researched, the 4 pillars of fair use. It hits multiple points on those 4 pillars. That's the point.
The purpose and character of a work is not described by what the author of the work says. It is described by the actual work itself.
Yes, and my point is that their effect on the market. I understand that you're saying their statements don't necessarily, well, it does in the end of the day because it was put on Reddit. So that would be just an argument of how much it actually affected the market value. You can't say that it didn't at all affect the market value because it did in some way. It's just about the amount. If it's pennies on the dollar, if it's thousands of dollars.
Well, you could say any video affects the market value. It's
yes,
about
it does.
It violated the principle of if it was defensible by fair use or not. Because obviously, like this.
But again, that's a pillar of fair. That is a pillar of fair use.
Yeah.
And them stating that they are trying to siphon views away is showing that they are at least making an attempt to take away from that market value.
Well, it's showing that they're saying that, but obviously in court you have to prove that that's actually happening. That they are actually, not changing the nature of the work.
Well, again, it did happen, and you would just have to prove how much it happened.
Yeah,
because it did happen. No, it did happen. It did happen.
But them saying this doesn't mean that it did happen.
No, but it did happen.
It's happening.
They did siphon views away. You just said yourself that any reaction video could be considered siphoning. Yes, it could.
No,
yes,
any
it
video
could.
on the internet could be considered siphoning views.
No,
right?
because that is not the direct market. That is not how the market works. The market for the individual video.
That's a reaction is the direct markets. Like as far
because
as
it was
people who hate Ethan are watching her.
Again, we use the statement that she made as that was the implicit or explicit reasoning. The explicit reasoning as to why she did it. And then we see that people were coming and going, yeah, we want to watch you instead. Oh, we want to watch you instead of looking at Ethan's actual video. So that is an effect on the market value. We can see it 1-to-1. And then we can see that it was her intent to do that, which then is probably going to weigh heavier on that effect on market value in court.
Right, but just because people are going there in order to watch the video and they're saying that does not mean that the video is not being transformed in such a way that it would be within fair use.
Yes, but now again, we're getting onto the part of the transformation, which neither of us can speak about because we don't know the level of transformation. But we do know that it was created to be somewhat of a market substitute.
Which is irrelevant from the 4 pillars.
That is relevant.
The creation of something versus what it actually is.
Oh my God.
The intent doesn't matter.
I understand the intent doesn't matter, but that is what it did. It did create a market substitute. And her intent.
So the intent doesn't matter, but you're
oh my God. My point is that the intent is only going to weigh against her. That is my point.
I agree. It's
then why are you arguing that? Then why are you arguing it? Then why are you arguing it?
Because that in of itself doesn't mean that she's actually violating fair use.
She broke one of the pillars. And she
didn't break a pillar. It looks bad. It weighs against her in the same way that you being mean can weigh against you. But it doesn't mean that you're doing anything.
Not in the statement she made in the making of a market substitute. You can say that, it might not meet the criteria of a market substitute. People were using it as a market substitute regardless in saying, we're going to watch you instead of watching the original. So regardless of her intent at that point, even if it wasn't her intent to do it, they're establishing that they were using it as a market substitute. And she was reading this off in chat. So she was establishing it too, that's what was happening.
But just because you say something doesn't mean that's what it's doing. I could say, I'm not going to buy coke anymore. I'm going to eat oranges.
Cool, bro. Then everybody's a liar. This lawsuit's fake. Well, how do we know this lawsuit's even real, bro? Everybody's lying. None of this is real. No, bro, none of this is real. None of it's real. You're getting psyoped. Bro, you're getting psyoped. It's all fake.
Even in the lawsuits.
It's all fake, bro.
The amount of the work that she uses, the purpose of the work, etc. They don't focus on what people were saying.
Dude, it's all fake. It's all a psyop.
Okay, well now what are we doing? Okay, man.
It's all a psyop. Can we be done now? I asked you to be done maybe 30 minutes ago.
Well, I'm just trying to say, the intent doesn't matter when it comes to the actual...
Yeah, but I literally just pointed out to you that it doesn't matter about what the intent was because the intent only weighs against her because she actually did create a market substitute. So this has been fun. Have a good night.
So we agree, yeah. We agree with that.
Have a good night.
Take it easy. She didn't violate the copyright.
Yeah, bro, that's cool. Okay, later. Take it easy. Bye. Cool. I'm going to just skip this lust video now. We're going to move over. No, I know I don't need permission from him to even call. I just wanted like a good moment where he wasn't in the middle of talking. So he really wanted to keep it going. Everyone deep breathe in. Well, that was wild. I do have to say, it went about exactly how I expected. I'm excited to see it on his channel. I hope it's like Ethan Klein fan argues with me about this. He couldn't get girl with a microphone. Now he's pissed. He had to settle for me. Damn. The smaller YouTuber. All right. Well, let's move along. That was fun. That was my first official debate, guys. I ran away. I ran away scared. I'm terrified. Yeah, and I guess you're on thin ice, Iconismus. You know, it's funny. He probably shouldn't have sent this to me, because now it's a 133-page document. He was expecting me to go through this on stream. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? He brought me a 133-page document on a fucking chatter. Like, cool, bro. If it's true, I'll look through it. I'll look through pieces of it. But I'm gonna hear him out too and hear what he's got to say. This is fucking crazy, bro. He did show me his drawings. I thought that part was fun. I hope if he clips it, he doesn't clip that part out. We shared drawings with each other. Tell me, guys, be honest. Be 100% critical. Was I just being stupid? Was I the stupid one there? Was I the one that was just being too far gone? All of his points were so clear and totally weren't just reiterating the same things over and over again. Truly a intelligent mind. I should have done more impersonations. Well, I realized I was making fun of him at one point, and I didn't want it to seem like I was making fun of his accent. Because that's what Alex Novell did, and I made fun of him for that. And I wasn't trying to make fun of his accent. I was just making fun of him because he was making really stupid points. But again, if that was to prove to me that he wasn't a troll, we kind of failed. I think we failed pretty hard. I didn't ask him, though. I was actually kind of wondering if he was a Hassan fan or a Destiny fan. Because I get the vibes that he might be a Destiny fan, but then with certain things he was saying, he was sounding like a Hassan fan. So it was kind of a... Comme ci, comme ça. Is that French? Is that so-so? I can never tell. Yeah, you did do the thing where you parroted his voice once. Not his accent, but what he was saying. Yeah, I did. He's a good troll. What can I say? He's a good troll. Okay. All right, let's get it going. So this is Content Deputy, DarkViperAU, featuring Colossal is Crazy, Cameron, F305. Oh, at Hick Fury, $2. Respect for calling in, man. Respect. Cool. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for jumping in chat. I'll give that one a like. I hope... Here's the thing. I see him as part of a troll, so that there were moments where I was definitely trying to troll him, like troll him back. But there were also moments where I just get I get a little animated. But yeah, we can move on now. That was fun. Content Deputy, DarkViperAU, featuring Colossal is Crazy. Cameron, F305. I already said that like 3 times, but let's go. Oh, weird.
What we do here is go back.
Christmas, you filthy animal. Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of...
Yo, I pulled up his stream. Oh, that's not. Oh my god, wait. I wanted to see if he was talking about me. And I just saw his chatter say this. Oh my god, I just saw his chatter say this. Where is it? I am get fucked. I said W for calling in. Stop letting him whip you, Parry. Was he calling me a bitch here? Is he calling me a bitch? Because he totally just said respect for calling in, man. Respect. I just wanted to see if he was looking at my stream or not. Got to make sure we don't got lurkers. But it's cool. He moved on, so let's keep it going. Got to do a double check.
Content deputy. Today's episode will be a bit different.
I can't let his 50 viewers overlap my 24 viewers. They could come over here to watch me.
Compared to what I would normally do for a content deputy, which means that I'm going a little bit beyond Dark Viper's actual response to my content cut because, you know, he was like half the video. Now, before I start, I want to throw in a few little disclaimers specifically for Matto, so, you know, he can listen to the video without any worry. It may not make sense yet to you, the viewer, but just keep it in mind. This is not a life story or fucking documentary on Dark Viper. I'm not going to attack Dark Viper, first of all. 14 pages drama. That's a little played out, and according to Dark Viper, there might be a little context missing that we can cover. Instead, I'll use it for some comedic relief. And just because I will be making some harsh jokes and some hyperbole at Dark Viper's expense, that does not mean I think Dark Viper is Satan himself with a heart full of doo-doo feces. I especially won't be calling him autistic. He really doesn't like that.
Rather than making a video and then just liking all these people that suggested that my less than cordial responses to you were evidence of my mental illness and autism.
Now that we've all got our binkies in, let's talk about Dark Viper's interesting response to my video. There's a lot to cover, and contrary to what Dark Viper might think of me, I'm actually not here to smear him or ruin his life. I've actually enjoyed some of his GTA content over the years. I'm here because of his insufferable rambles towards critics or people he perceives are lying about him, which have bled into his content, and that sucks. By the end of this video, I aim to show that Dark Viper has got a basic and long-running pattern of behavior. He'd probably respond with, well, some of these issues where I acted like a child.
I was muted. I thought that this thing, he had all of the audio too loud, but it was just the intro was super blasted, so I'll turn it back up.
Were resolved with the people I whined about, so you can't criticize my behavior, which obviously is dumb. Like, just because the conflict was solved, it doesn't mean your behavior and by proxy your content is all of a sudden fixed. But before we go there...
Just for proof, this is how loud the intro was. It was way too loud.
Community post / tweet where he talks about just because the conflict was solved, it doesn't mean your behavior and by proxy your content is all of a sudden fixed. But before we go there, let's dive into his responses to my video. The first one came in form of a now deleted community post / tweet where he talked about why he does not want to respond to my video using the most vague terms possible. This post is really bad, and so is the stream that came after, which he turned into an also now hidden video. Did he remove this content because he saw the glaring hypocrisy of responding to a video by going on a rant about not responding to my video? Who knows? Now, as much as I'm sure that you'd love to hear me read every word this schizo clown wrote where he owns me with facts and logic, let's say hypothetically, that you were 14 pages. I feel like that might get a little boring. If only there was someone... Clown. I'm gonna call in some backup.
I saw some of you express...
I do have to say, getting Colossal is crazy is like, definitely like a... It's like fan service for the old school YouTube fans, which is definitely who Cameron's trying to appeal to. But it's kind of a cringe get in modern day, not gonna lie.
Expressing worry that I will make response videos to drama creators. I want to explain why that won't happen for those of you who don't know much about me. Drama channels do not traditionally relay factual.
Thanks, Madman. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, it's my first debate. I think I did all right. I didn't have my information ready right before me, so you know I had to pull up a few things. But you know. There it is.
Information. At best, they present dramatized and exaggerated accounts of people and events for entertainment. At worst, the people and events they cover do not even exist. Truth isn't the goal of these videos, nor what their audiences are seeking. Therefore, showing the falsehood of anything said has no impact on the next drama video. The same false information gets copied over, usually with a twist or further exaggeration information, and a new fiction is added to expand the story. Each fiction feels credible to the viewer because it has a similar vibe to the previous one. This pattern takes advantage of something called the illusory truth effect, where hearing something repeatedly makes it feel true, even if it isn't. My response videos are not traditionally targeted towards drama creators. I made an exception for Willie Mac Show, and I explained why I made that exception in the series. In line with expectations, despite through him showing that everything the drama community says about me and my life is false, it hasn't stopped them from repeating those same falsehoods or inventing new ones where appropriate. They have further not publicly condemned him for his lying, which has showcased for the few not already aware that they understand the game they are playing. Early in my career, the online image of DarkViperAU roughly matched a more expressive version of who I actually am. Now, the vision invoked in some people's minds often bears little resemblance to me or my life. As I've laughably shown in my rambles, I sometimes don't even understand the root of what's being attributed to me. Back when misinformation came from honest mistakes, I could correct it to some extent. These days, the source is usually people knowingly lying for profit, or people who are simply delusional. I can therefore have...
This whole thing is, I was not expecting it to be this long. I was just going to wait till he was done reading it. This is... I mean, I guess he calls them rambles, right? So it's kind of, it makes sense. This is like the most rambly thing I've ever heard. Like, I'm trying to, like, I understand basically what he's trying to say, but I don't see the point in having to say it at all, because he's basically just pointing out, these are my videos.
Of no real impact, as I cannot change the profit motive for fiction or fix anyone's underlying issues. There is a demand for...
I'm sorry, he's saying... I said that wrong. He's saying, these are these type of videos, and these are my videos, and what I want to do. Like, it just seems like a nothing burger. It is confusing, too, a little bit.
Fictional stories about me, and there are those keen to meet that demand. I occasionally run across people who seem confused when, after seeing me or my work elsewhere, that I don't act in line with their expectations. Or they conclude I must be wearing a mask. I think this idea is more comforting to them than questioning if they've been duped. To the degree that I still point to these falsehoods despite the futility of correcting them, it's when I have a different motive. I enjoy making response videos, and sometimes they can be profitable or humorous, like the previous right-wing video. I also sincerely miss writing, which is the one creative outlet usually denied me in my traditional work, pacifist being the exception. It's simply that responding to drama videos isn't fun compared to addressing those who are genuine. As I showed with Willie Mac Show, drama videos contain no real criticism, as they are too divorced from reality for that to be possible. In any response, I spend most of the time just explaining the events that are being lied about. This isn't enjoyable for me, or, based on my analytics, entertaining for most of you. I'm just endlessly repeating myself. I will still make rare response videos in the future, but only to serious videos or topics.
It just keeps going. It just keeps going. Hey. I mean, after a certain point, you'd think you'd just kind of go, and you'd calm down, and you'd delete it all, and you wouldn't post it. He just keeps going.
I do not watch drama videos. It is not worth the time. There will still be some shit-talking rambles, and I'll cover...
Why is this somehow harder to listen to than the other guy? I could at least follow what he said. Like, I disagreed with what he said, and there were some points when he was just kind of reiterating the same points over and over again, but at least I could understand it. This is truly just rambling. The rambling of a madman.
Drama in my...
But not our madman.
Iceberg video should that one day release, but I've accepted that wanting to always be liked or hated for just real things is foolish. No person or their life can be understood by everyone, and think even expecting people to understand what motivates my actions is silly. To what extent you wish to defend me out in the wild, although I appreciate it, it is not necessary. I'm unlikely to see it, as I don't spend much time scrolling social media, and I do not want people expending mental effort remembering minor details of the random nonsense of my career. Please do keep in mind that this is my job, and I am the one uploading the videos. If I am over the top, I am well aware. That is usually the point, and something I enjoy in my work. Feel free to just chill and enjoy my content in the same way I do.
A simple no would have sufficed. Am I shocked? No, not at all. I knew he couldn't help himself but to respond, but I also realized he'd probably avoid addressing any criticism whatsoever by trying to dodge it completely. What's worse about this post and his subsequent stream is that because of the fact that he was so vague about me, he gave himself a potential out for it not being about me. Obviously, we know it's about me thanks to him not being able to help but call me out on the slightest inconsequential mistake I made while giving an extremely brief rundown of his early career. He started as an atheist channel where he debated Christians, and then he went on to this freeboot gig where he...
See, I didn't know about that, and I found that out recently, and I'm like, I wonder who he talked to, because I was into that community when I was younger, when I first started learning about religion. That's how I learned about Cosmic Skeptic Alex O'Connor. And there's a bunch of like those skeptic style channels, so that's really funny that that's how he started. And it kind of makes sense because not to call a spade, but I feel like a lot of those atheist channels really are just angry ass people. Like Alex O'Connor is like one of the only people that I feel like doesn't just like spit on like the people that believe in religion. But that is interesting.
An extremely brief rundown of his early career. He started as an atheist channel where he debated
Dark Viper 8888
Christians, and then he went on to this freeboot gig where he was basically upscaling different debates and whatnot until it.
Wait, did he just take this from his other video? You couldn't have just re-recorded the scene, bro?
Actually got demonetized for, stealing content, which is very ironic.
Actually, I heard recently that apparently I once upon a time had a channel where I debated Christians. That, of course, never happened. But as I say, it's stuff that's so long ago that it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, you sure got me. I misspoke about your first and second channel by mixing the two up. I'm man enough to own my mistakes, so let me correct the record. You started out talking about politics and religion. Then on your second channel, you hosted freeboot atheist debates where Christians were often being debated. I wonder who else could make such a terrible mistake about your early career.
I started my career online in discussing social, political, philosophical ideas. Debating them with people. It's hard to imagine me in my 20s, as shy as I was, actually debating people like by voice and shit. That one debate I did with Destiny was like the most. That was kind of.
Oh my god, I need to see that. I need to see that. Oh my god, I need to see that.
I've been streaming for a bit.
Oh.
Well, I just did my first debate, and I can just say, went pretty well. I'm feeling pretty good.
Anyways, he's clearly talking about me, or at least it's strongly implied, as these responses seem to have spawned from his Reddit talking about my video, sounding worried that Matt might see it. Now, these responses heavily mischaracterize me. No shocker. And everything he attributed to me, there was never a chance for me to potentially be correct because he gave me the label of drama creator. He even gave the banger line of, drama videos contain no real criticism as they are too divorced from reality for that to be possible. Obviously, that's a load of shit. I gave plenty of real criticism in my video, and thanks to this awful response and plenty more factors, I have a lot more to talk about. In my conclusion, I'll try to answer what Dark Viper just doesn't seem to understand about why he gets a lot of shit from people. He said a lot in that response document. Thankfully, he adds to it in the 2-hour-long stream he made about my video a few days later. Now, he repeats himself a lot in this VOD. So, if you'd like to see the full VOD, I'll link that and any video I bring up from Dark Viper in the description. Normally, I wouldn't do this because I don't want to get accused of sending in a brigade, but I also don't want to give our pal Matto an excuse to bitch about context. So, let's dive into his response stream and see what else he has to say about me. I cannot wait to see what you have to say about me, Matto.
It's 14 hours! There has been a wide variety of videos made by people who don't know much about me, but decide for a variety of reasons to speak on me and my career despite that. There are some difficulties in doing this because I have been around for like 15 years, and because of that, a lot of information about my life is simply not there.
I do know who you are. I think you've made good GTA content over the years. Now, do I know your whole fucking life story? No. And I don't think I need to. I'm not making
But I also don't think most people would care if he, like most of his channel care about the GTA stuff. If he just stopped his like personal, like diatribes and stuff, then he would probably lose maybe like a small percentage of his audience, but retain the majority and probably end up gaining more over time, especially once GTA 6 drops. But I understand he's just trying to bide his time right now.
A fucking documentary about you. I was criticizing your shitty behavior that has bled into your content.
But despite these difficulties, these videos still get made, and consequently, they are wrong on almost every aspect.
Consequently, I can't criticize you because I don't know your life story? What kind of fucked up logic is that? Do film critics need to know the backstory of its creator to criticize a film? I hope not.
Some of it is pure malice. Some of it is legitimately the people knowing that what they're saying is false and just making up anyway. Or knowing that they don't have any information, and because there is no such information available, they just make shit up, knowing that they can't be contradicted. A significant purpose of this series I made on Willie Mac Show was to demonstrate that drama creators do this. They know they're doing this and they just don't care. But I have to grant that there are some people out there who are genuine and do want to speak on my life and my career, but simply do not know that there's no actual information available out there in the wild about those things. And consequently, unknowingly get things wrong entirely.
So there's no in between, no room for critique? He echoes this message many times. He said the same thing in the tweet and other videos he's made about drama. It's very clear he doesn't understand criticism or is maliciously characterizing critics so his fans don't actually listen to them. I also love how my benefit of the doubt is, oh, maybe this idiot isn't genuine. He's just too stupid to know the truth. Fucking asshole. What the fuck's wrong with you, dude?
One drama creator will invent a fiction, and another one will copy that fiction because it's faster and easier than making their own. And the third one will believe it actually believe it's true because he saw it in true drama videos. And then they will expand out these fictions over and over again. And I'm going to touch on in the other post. I have no way of stopping this.
Of course you can't stop this, right? So you're telling me that there's some deep state of drama creators who just copy each other's work, which you claim is all made up, and nobody but you has discovered this. Okay, jokes aside, he's basically implying plagiarism, which is funny because the reason I decided to cover Dark Viper had yet to be covered by any drama creators. Cyberboy did attempt to call him out on this, but as I said in my first video, I didn't know much about that situation and hadn't seen his videos, which is why I didn't cover it. But today that will change. The only drama videos I did watch about you were the ones made by the British Runner, which
I mean, honestly, DarkViperAU puts out enough content on his own that he doesn't need hate videos. I've never watched a hate video on him, and I've seen his greatest hits. I saw this one.
Why can you not stop lying?
I saw that right before he took it down. I literally saw it on his channel. I screen recorded it because I was like, he's gonna delete this shit so quick. So I don't know if I still have it, but I had the full clip.
What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry.
Covered nothing of what I was criticizing you for, but it gave me a solid rundown of your past dramas. And if I decided to bring any of that up while introducing you, I gave my own take on it after getting myself familiar with the facts through my own research. That's why you'll see me give some different opinions, like when I gave you credit after Charlie got some stuff wrong when covering your React document. The only thing I have since changed my stance on a bit is the fair use defense with Chud logic. Not because I don't think Chud's reaction was transformative, I do, but for legal reasons after doing my own research into React streamers for a separate video. I'll come back to this point very soon.
I made an exception for Willie Macho and explained why I made that exception in the series. In line with expectations, despite that through him I showed that everything the drama community says about me in my life is false, it hasn't stopped them from repeating those same falsehoods or inventing new ones where appropriate. They have further not publicly condemned him for his lying, which I showcased for the few not already aware that they understand the game they are playing.
This is a really fucking stupid argument. So just because you have a negative interpretation of one guy, he now represents everyone? And anyone who wants to criticize you must condemn the guy you don't like? Buddy, this isn't content cop Willie Mac. Maybe if I hypothetically made one, sure, I'd call him out for not watching 24 hours of your React content as if that was relevant to your current position on reaction content. But that won't happen because not only do I not blame him for making that mistake, but he's also not nearly as malicious or insufferable as you clearly are. As you could probably already decipher from the tweet and the video so far, it lacks any nuance or chance for anyone who criticizes Dark Viper to be anything but malicious, which I would consider a malicious way to frame critics, ironically. He doesn't really like criticism.
Back when misinformation came from honest mistakes, I could correct it to some extent. These days, the source is usually people knowingly lying for profit or people who are simply delusional. This is bad phrasing. I mean people who are deluded, in that they themselves have been taken in by these people. They think they're honestly communicating facts of situations, but they have just been watching drama videos. So the only things they know is complete nonsense.
Dude, the main video I criticized you for was directly from your channel. If you were talking about my rundown of your past controversies, again, I was just going off common knowledge and was sure to verify shit before I gave my take. Dark Viper loves to accuse people of lying about him. He throws it around quite often, so
Are you not retracting your messages? Are they just getting deleted? Because on my end, it's saying that you're retracting them. Message retracted. Is that YouTube doing it? Kathy Doyle? Sorry, real Kathy Doyle? Is this what you guys were talking about? Is that happening to more people?
Pose a question to Dark Viper. Matt, what is this?
I can't give an individual handholding for every grifter or every person naively spreading false information about me. One of the more recent ones, the guy DM'd me on every single social media platform, begging me to respond to him, to tell me why he was wrong. Can you imagine me spending literal months of my life explaining in intricate detail all the things that he got wrong already in videos? In some cases, spending thousands of dollars to do this, and the person literally just not watching them. And that person then concluding they deserve a personal handholding and a personal explanation of my entire life and all the things they got wrong simply because they presented misinformation on the internet. Can you imagine how psychotic, deluded you have to be to think that?
I swear on Hassan's life, I pray you're not talking about me. If you are, you're lying. Now, it's true that when you made your response post, I quote tweeted you challenging your assertion that I lied about you, and you didn't respond. I also decided to reach out in DMs because if I was horribly misinformed, I wanted to know what I got wrong. Believe it or not, I'm not in the business of smearing people. Half of what I do in these videos is call out hypocritical content. I never demanded for your life story, just for you to corroborate your claims against me. That's the only platform I ever attempted to communicate with you on. I never reached out on Twitch, Instagram, Discord, fucking Blue Sky, or anything like that after you ignored me. I don't know who else you could possibly be talking about. If I'm missing something and you can prove this isn't about me, then I'll concede. But otherwise, you're essentially accusing me of harassing you, which never happened, and you can get away with it because you're a pussy and you're being vague. I also find it very ironic how he's been saying that he doesn't want people to get their idea of him from drama videos, and insists I watch 10 hours worth of his drama videos to get the right idea.
Explaining in intricate detail all the things that he got wrong already in videos. In some cases, spending thousands of dollars to do this, and the person literally just not watching them.
I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
The best part about this is the fact that none of these videos have anything to do with my main point of contention, which was calling out his moral posturing about empathy. But since he insisted, I took the liberty of watching 13 hours worth of DarkViperAU videos to see what I got wrong.
Penis and vagina, women with dicks and weak men.
Well, after watching several hours worth of Dark Viper content, the content he was responding to, and a few additional videos he demanded people watch in those videos for even more context, I gotta be honest, I concede. To absolutely fucking nothing. Are you kidding me? None of this shit applied to 99% of what I covered in my video. I think there's only one thing that even slightly moved the needle for me, and it was hearing his current position on React content. More on that soon. Because none of this really covers the moral posturing I called out in my original video. Looks like we have a whole new host of topics to cover, and if you're worried we won't go over my original points, don't worry, it'll all come together. Like I said before, I generally agree with the idea of most things in Dark Viper's original document. I just also think it's highly flawed. I won't relitigate this because Dark Viper will just say, oh, you're going over a script that was, but then wasn't gonna be a video, and some of those ideas stuff, blah, 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 which, fair enough. Even if you've been dishonest about that, I'll be fair. I still stand by my criticism of the date rape analogy. Despite what he may say now, he still continues to defend the comment by saying it's not a one-to-one comparison and it's only slight hyperbole.
When he crops off the next tweet where I explicitly say that I do not think reaction content and rape are the same fucking thing or equivalent in any way. Gabby's gonna put this tweet on screen to misrepresent it a lot. Not only is her interpretation of these words incorrect, but she's also cropping off the next two tweets. One where I directly call these words hyperbole to mean that I'm exaggerating and this should not be taken literally. And I made another tweet specifically for dishonest people like Gabby, where I say, I'm not saying that rape and reaction content are akin to each other. I'm sure she just left those off by accident. But despite this, in my entire 12-year career, this one reply...
Oh. I actually I was making sure that was her. I like her content too. Gabby Bell, she does good content too.
Content are akin to each other. I'm sure she just left those off by accident. But despite this, in my entire 12-year career, this one reply 3 years ago is the main thing that Woody wants to highlight from it. And he can't even be honest about it, lying now about it twice and excluding information if it hurts what he's trying to say.
Like, literally look at directly what he says. He outright says it is hyperbole, but only slightly so. The difference between actively ignoring consent for financial gain is not so far removed from ignoring consent for sexual gratification. Slight? Since you doubled down 11 months ago, you can't use the 3 years ago defense here. Also, this proves I was exactly right in my original interpretation. I used the word comparable, which doesn't mean I claimed you thought they were the same thing, you just think it's only a slight hyperbole, which is still insane and worthy of criticism. You'd be much better off acknowledging this criticism as, like I said before, most of your takes on React content aren't all that bad, and you'd have a lot more respect in this space. Instead, you refuse to accept criticism and you play a semantics game. I'll go into this further when I eventually draw my video on React streamers, but I don't think my assessment of Dark Viper's views were that far off. Some of the ideas feel fucking extreme as it could negatively affect critical analysis of videos in a live setting.
I am the rights holder. Of course I'm going to take down the things I don't like that serve no constructive purpose and keep up those I do like or serve some purpose. While I do take down all full re-uploads of my videos, for clips, it depends on...
See, and this is exactly what Parry was talking about. This is a blatant abuse of the copyright system. This is him using the copyright system to to try and remove all dissenting opinions. Try and just completely halt any kind of dissenting opinion to him. Crazy. And this is why it's we need to think about because yes, the problem that I have about what he's talking about Ethan is he's making the assumptions based on almost nothing, like making an assumption of Ethan's intent when there are people that claim things directly that he's willing to say maybe they're joking or lying. How Parry is, he is definitely a troll. I'm hung up on him. I miss him. Oh. I didn't hit enough bonks. I think when I was hitting bonks, it was muting him on my stream, or he got quiet. I couldn't tell.
On the usage. This particular clip exists for no other purpose than to allow people to disingenuously attack me with it because of the mistake I made when mimicking Franklin due to my surprise at the randomized dialogue.
Since I didn't give much detail into my more nuanced take on the Chud logic strike, I'll do it here. I think it was a bit wrong of me to imply that Chud's upload of his segment was totally protected under the fair use doctrine. To be clear, in my opinion, and as well as many others, Chud's video was transformative and could have stood on its own against Dark Vipers, protecting it under the fair use doctrine. Sure, it partially is, but there are other parts where it gets kinda gray. I think Chud transformed the video substantially with his criticism. However, several other factors covered in the fair use doctrine could make the segment gray, despite the fact he tripled the video length. Thankfully for our case, Dark Viper's take on React content doesn't have anything to do with fair use.
In my work, multiple times, I've specifically laid out that my criticism of reaction content has nothing to do with fair use.
Now, morally, in this instance, I think a DMCA takedown is extreme, and no, Dark Viper, it's not because I'm...
Wait, what? Wait, what did he just say?
Covered in the fair use doctrine could make the segment gray, despite the fact he tripled the video length. Thankfully for our case, Dark Viper's take on React content doesn't have anything to do with fair use.
In my work, multiple times, I've specifically laid out that my criticism of reaction content has nothing to do with fair use.
Now, more...
That seems like an insane thing to say.
Morally, in this instance, I think a DMCA takedown is extreme, and no, Dark Viper, it's not because I'm friends with Chud Logic. I'm not. We've never once spoken. It's because I don't think there's much, if any, audience overlap. And it did add crass but valuable criticism. Fun fact, Dark Viper actually agrees that there isn't much overlap from his community and the drama commentary community, as he states in his response to me.
There's two parts to the internet here, right? Here is drama creators in here. Here is GTA content and people watching it. And here's the tiny overlap that this has. But I'm in here. So I see all of this and I see all of this, and I recognize none of this fucking matters.
Should Chud Logic have stolen Dark Viper's thumbnail? No. Was Dark Viper legally in the right to take this segment down? Honestly, probably. Although, I'd say probably not if you're talking about the entire stream. And do I think he would have done this to a complimentary reaction? No. Why? Well, he kind of let that cat out of the bag himself while talking about his other uses of the DMCA system.
I am the rights holder. Of course I'm going to take down the things I don't like that serve no constructive purpose and keep up those I do like or serve some purpose. While I do take down all full re-uploads of my videos, for clips, it depends on the usage. This particular clip exists for no other purpose than...
What are you guys talking about? Cameron? The allegations against Cameron are for a 2 to 3 year age gap. Was someone else saying something in chat about it? Oh, it was real Kathy Doyle. Didn't Cameron groom a minor and physically assault her on stream? Were you trying to say something crazier before and that's why your messages got redacted? Again, I don't know that much about Cameron. I've said that he was on thin ice. I don't really trust Cam, but I wouldn't cancel him for what happened. He's on thin ice in my eyes if he were to do anything else. I mean, it's one of those things where I think his explanation, I'd have to go back through it. It's not like I'm big friends with this guy or something. And it's the same thing with Iconismus. Like, I'm willing to look at the evidence, but I'll probably ask him what his thing is too. But bruh, 133-page document. He was really expecting me to go over this on stream. That's crazy. Can I share it? Can I make a copy? If I can't share, I'm gonna make a copy. That way I can look at it on my own. Don't have the copy they have. Yeah, 133 pages is crazy. For a guy, like, how many subs does Iconismus have? How is there this much information? That's kind of insane. But I guess I'll look through it and see. Maybe me and Alex need to go through it in private. But yeah, I mean, in the same way that it's like, I love all of you guys, but we don't ride or die for anybody here. And like I said, even like about Ethan, I'm not some sycophant. I'm willing to hear legitimate criticism, but it has to be legitimate. And that's kind of the point. Cam's just kind of cringe. That's the way I see it at this point. There's a video of it. There's a video of it. Yeah, we'll look through it, Alex. I haven't heard about a video. There's a video of him assaulting someone on stream. May need to see. I guess I'll watch. You said there's a video about it on someone else's channel. Maybe I'll watch that next then. Not on this stream because we're already going too long. God damn it, Parry.
Than to allow people to disingenuously attack me with it because of the mistake I made when mimicking Franklin due to my surprise at the randomized dialogue.
I also think throughout all of these videos, Dark Viper is pretty bad faith towards Chud Logic. Now, maybe he's just giving Chud the same energy back because Chud was crass, but when I see clips like this...
What is valued as if a creator is being critical or analyzing a video, significantly adding to the runtime?
Significantly adding to the runtime.
Wait, what? What does that mean? I don't even understand what he means by that. What difference does that make? How is that a difference? I don't understand the difference. What does that make a difference?
It's just some out-of-context blurb from Chud to make it look like he had no real commentary on the video he was reacting to, which, after seeing Chud's reaction, I know that's not true. I just think it was a bit over the top to spend $3 grand on a lawyer to take down 2 videos from a much smaller channel, one of those videos just being a VOD, even after YouTube said no twice, just to prove a point against a critic. A lot of his reasoning lacks nuance, and again, I'll go into my take on reaction streamers and the whole market impact in a future video. It's a topic I care about. While copyright law in relation to reaction streams can be ambiguous, what shouldn't be ambiguous is injury law, and that's where today's sponsor Morgan & Morgan is here to help. Emerging reports reveal that some hair color products may not come with clear warnings about potential health risks. If you or someone you know have been diagnosed with bladder cancer or other cancers after prolonged exposure to hair color, Morgan & Morgan is here to fight to get the compensation that you deserve. So why wait? It only takes a few minutes to see if you have a case, and you can do it all from your phone. Click the link in the description to learn more and see if you qualify. Thanks again to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's video. Most of what Dark Viper asked me to watch...
Do you disavow Willie Mac dog whistling to his support of Destiny's doxing and showing up to Cumin and Gisticles, or I don't know how to say, is it Gistilks? I don't know how to say that, whatever. House to kill them. That's Ethan's boy. He showed up. Wait, you're saying he showed up to these people's house to kill them, or you're saying he supported to show up to their house and kill them? Like I'm not about to get a bunch sidetracked by a bunch of snarkers coming in. I'm not gonna disavow every single person. I never said that Willie Mac's my best friend, did I? Why do I need to disavow him? That's Ethan's boy. Is he my boy?
In order to dismantle all my arguments were the Willie Mac videos, but honestly, most of the shit didn't apply to me. I went through the effort of annotating each point he made, and most of them had nothing to do with me. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to cover this whole back and forth in its entirety, but you're free to watch it all in the description. Despite that, I will still respond to certain points that either apply to my video or are a part of what I'd like to cover today while trying to be as fair as possible. And then afterwards, I'll give my little take on this whole squabble. A lot of Dark Viper's rebuttal to Willie Mac is saying that there's a lie without actually showing anything. It takes him until his second video to even show any substantial context to what he's talking about.
There are points where he makes claims, then shows a clip that immediately debunks that claim.
Viper said Ethan memeing him saying 14 pages has traumatized him.
It's 14 pages!
Because one of my favorite people on the
Has your debate been posted somewhere else? Somewhere, lol. No, I think honestly these are probably just people coming in from Parry's chat. I don't really care. They probably are just people coming over. They got bored of Parry and they want to come see what I'm up to.
Internet Dark Viper, 14 pages!
I don't think Ethan is a very good person, and his using a soundbite of one of the most traumatic, angry moments of my entire life for many, many years on his stream, perhaps 100 times, is a bit more than excessive and very sick.
Why was this dramatic for you? You're angry over nothing.
Like, how was that not interesting to people?
Fucking blink and you'll miss it. Wow. Woo. You really got him there, Matto. Okay, Willie fucked up by claiming that Ethan playing those sound bites was traumatizing to you when it was actually the drama between you and Charlie where you went on the rant screaming about the 14 pages that was one of the most traumatic moments of your life. You realize this is just as pathetic, right? And inconsequential to Willie's criticism of you being a crybaby. Like, it's very malicious to frame this as some example of an evil lie to make you look bad when it was just Willie misspeaking while covering your video on Ethan. It is for sure a mistake on Willie's part, and that's fine to criticize, but is this really your big claim?
I could absolutely destroy Willie.
Then do it, pussy.
I don't think anyone that I can lead to this video wouldn't realize immediately that the video is false. You guys know enough about me. Even people who've been following me for like a week would know enough about me to know this video is false, at least to some degree. Those who've known me for a longer period would be able to go, oh, actually I was there for that, that's entirely false.
My audience knows me too well. They know better than to watch these videos because they already know they're wrong. It sounds like a manipulative way to make your audience avoid these videos.
Because within the context of the essay, they make sense. You can call them harsh, you can call them extreme, but what you can't call them is the idea that watching a YouTube video that someone else made on a live stream is somehow the same as rape. There are so many actual criticisms you can make of this draft that make sense. I mean, Carl made them all the way back then when we talked about it for like an hour or two.
Here's the problem. I think there's a better way to do it. If you want to make that analogy, remove the content creators from it. So what you've done is you've basically said, I'm going to make this analogy by saying that these content creators have the same kind of philosophy, but you don't need to do that at all. You can just say, here's an example of something to demonstrate my point, and you remove the content creators from it. For example, you just say, if some random person thinks they need consent after, right, that's wrong. You can sort of make the analogy that way.
So you hear and agree with the criticism of your shitty date rape analogy?
That wasn't, I mean, that didn't even sound like criticism. That just sounded like he said, you could say the exact same thing, just don't bring up streamers in it and it'll be a softer land. That's kind of how he just said that, right?
Yet you continue to defend it when it's not criticized right? I showed the full context and stated your current belief earlier, and I still had criticism. I'd love to find out how that's also still somehow invalid. Dark Viper criticized Willie's use of old clips of Dark Viper crashing out because it lacks the context of those things being resolved. I think while that context is important, it doesn't change the fact that it's been a pattern of behavior. I'll have more to add to that later. Now, let's get to something that could actually apply to me.
His argument isn't that some reactors are bad, it's that they're all bad.
Wrong! 0 points!
Wrong? You quite literally said it yourself.
We can in fact ignore the last 3 years, all the things I've said and wrote since then, all the clarifications, all the nuance, and we can just go back and get one clip from the video when I was talking to Charlie. Moist Critical is not a bad person. He is correct to say that many of the general statements I made about reactors in regards to their motivations probably do not apply to him. This is of course the downside of speaking generally. I was at the time very angry. I would hope under better circumstances I would have been willing to admit that Critical's motivations likely differ from
I can call in to talk about this in camera, and I'll have to pass on that one, Kathy.
Others, rather than simply doubling down and implying everyone who—
We already had one debate today. I'm debated out. Parry worked my brain too hard. The goat of debating.
Does React content is the same. It would be more correct to say that all reactors are doing a bad thing, as opposed to all reactors are bad people.
Fine, I'll personally take the L on this then. However, you can't claim someone is maliciously lying for assuming you think that based on the broader context. You said it yourself, you doubled down on it via Twitter, your initial response stream didn't clarify this. In fact, you doubled down.
14-page script explaining why I don't like reactors and I think they're bad people. This is Charlie's attempt to poison you against a 14-page meticulously written document.
Then you finally clarified it deep into your response video and slightly altered your statement. No one was pulling this out of their ass, okay?
If you don't even know how to win the game, why are you playing?
I do. I'm just sorry.
I'm running from the debate. Oh no! Oh no, I'm a coward! Do you guys only debate 10-year-olds? Parry tried to do the same thing. Well, you're right, and then I'm wrong. Prove to me that I'm wrong, then. It's literally like child tactics. Tell me I'm wrong. Okay, if I'm so wrong, then prove it to me.
But again, to pick the low-hanging fruit, Willie just can't describe what's in the clip. I'm banning one person in this clip, not supporters. This clip is 4 years old. I haven't even played Among Us since 2020. Willie, of course, as with all the out-of-context clips that he lies about, just leaves off that detail. It's why all his followers were spamming at me as if this happened yesterday. People were saying, haha, why don't you go play Among Us with Scott? And the joke there is, I did. This controversy, 4 years ago, got resolved very quickly. It is only being brought up again by people like Willie because they have nothing else.
Wrong. I don't care.
Why are you playing the game? I've never been this mad at a person in the entirety of my life!
I don't give a shit that you reconciled and apologized or whatever. I use it for comedic relief because you screaming over Among Us is really funny to me. It also demonstrates your pattern of irritable behavior. Regardless of whether or not you've apologized, you've done shit like that since. And because you keep doing it, people are gonna keep calling you pathetic. Can you believe it? He was mad over Among Us. Can you believe it? Among Us, it's a game, and there are many of them. But he was playing it, he got really mad over the video game. Wow. Wow. Total loser. He was a Sessi imposter. He lost. He was a total failure in Among Us. And he was really mad, and he blamed it on his disease. Can you believe it? He blamed it on his disease. They called it Hashimoto's. No one knows what the hell that is.
Now understand, when I played that clip in my video, I showed the entire thing, the context, that it was clearly a mistake. But other people didn't have this interest. They took this clip and had it as short as possible, often just zooming in onto my webcam to just have me saying the M-word. And Willie, of course, like, yes, this is wonderful. This is adding to discourse. This is amazing. This is exactly what society should be. Because Willie doesn't have any arguments as to why me acting differently would be better for other people.
Well, I showed your gamer moment in my video too, with full context. Again, for comedic relief and to demonstrate one of the clips that you like the DMCA, not to make you look like a dirty racist.
He then says he took down the reaction video, not because of the content, but because it was a reaction video.
This entire time, you've been claiming I took it down because it was a critical video. You've implied all throughout that the critical nature of the video was important. Even in the description, you're like, he took down a critical video of him. Shouldn't you be arguing against this?
Let's play your little game, Matt. Where's the lie? You did take down a critical video of you. Now, as for the idea of you taking down the video because it was critical, I've never personally made this claim. But it sure does look this way based on your previous statements on why you've taken down other videos of you.
But regardless of his degree of sincerity, the false premise of the final section of Willie's video is that I'm constantly sad, I have no friends, I have no family, and I ultimately lead a bad life. This is very obviously untrue. But let's say for a moment that it was true, and Willie actually believed it. What the hell does it say about Willie that he would see a person in those circumstances and not feel any empathy, pity, mercy, or desire to show kindness? Feelings that I have when I see people in such circumstances. Willie, instead, when seeing a person in negative circumstances, seems to have the instinct to attack that person and publicly mock their poor fortunes for joy and profits.
I haven't seen all of the DarkViperAU like spats, but I have heard that he's had issues with multiple content creators in the past, and it's not necessarily to say anything about his character, but when you keep brushing everything off as like people attacking you and like coming for you, I don't know, it's always a little much. He had to do the spit take. You know, he picked up this mug specifically to do the spit take.
Dude, oh my god, man. Grow up. Seriously, dude. Grow the fuck up. These are playground insults. You are crying over playground insults. Just like you did in the Cyberboy drama when you cried because apparently he called you autistic.
My less than cordial responses to you were evidence of my mental illness and autism.
Loser! You're a loser! You feeling sorry for yourself? Well, you should be! If that kind of shit is really affecting you like that, then yeah, it is kind of sad and pathetic. You act like you ever really show a shred of empathy towards anyone ever criticizing you. Why do you expect the same treatment back? When you banned that speedrunner just because you didn't like him, was that very empathetic of you, dude?
Why must my life suffer? Why must I suffer so with no one caring for so long?
Was it very
I love it. It's so funny.
Pathetic to tell your audience to not feel anything at the public assassination of a man who had died a few hours prior? Okay, I'll be honest and say after watching both sides, both had some fair criticism of one another. Maybe I can go into more detail about that on a second channel stream, but overall I think DarkViper really failed to address the core critiques from Willie and instead attacked more insignificant semantical arguments or editing choices to come to the worst faith conclusion. Oh, shocker, of course, shut up! It had nothing to do with me! You asked for this! So now, after going over what I watched, I can confidently say that I feel pretty fucking vindicated in asking Matt where the lies were. There was only one point that I think I could have done better on, but it was inconsequential to my main criticism in my video where I go after DarkViper's empathy virtue signal. If anything, you gave me more subject matter to criticize when it comes to the moral posturing.
And that person then concluding they deserve a personal handholding and a personal explanation of my entire life and all the things they got wrong simply because they presented misinformation on the internet. Can you imagine how psychotic, deluded you have to be to think that?
Well, after watching all that shit and barely anything I criticized having been addressed, I feel pretty vindicated in my request.
That's probably needlessly cruel.
Oh, God forbid. Oh, don't be too cruel to me, DarkViper.
On some level, I can understand why these people don't know this content exists. It doesn't propagate in the algorithm. It doesn't reach. It doesn't reach these people. It's like these people see it and none of these people do, and it just does nothing.
I can give you a little theory on why this content doesn't propagate in the algorithm. It may be because it's bad content. You repeat yourself constantly, dodge criticism, go over mountains to paint your critics as evil, bad faith, or delusional people, and it can be extremely hard to watch. As a big YouTuber, that you should fucking know that watch time helps videos succeed. Hiding your big rebuttal in 14 hours of content isn't gonna work, especially when you frame critics in the way that you do.
It's really obvious in some cases that they don't know what they're talking about.
If it's really so obvious, would it have been that hard to prove it when I challenged you? Because now we're much deeper into this shit.
My entire life.
This is a Casey Tron level reaction. I gotta be honest. I don't think I've been reacting to this one hard very much, but I also think that Cameron's points on this are almost like a whole lot of, it's just kind of a nothing burger. I didn't like Cameron's last video that much about empathy. I thought that it was kind of, or it wasn't even his last video. I didn't even see his last video. I think we only got like halfway through and we didn't finish it. And I wanted to see if he was going to come up on this one and do a little bit better, but honestly, I just don't even know what there is to say at this point because, yeah, Matt is an emotional kind of coward on some level, and it's kind of irrelevant to even deal with him because of that. Like, yeah, he kind of came back at you heavy, but what did you expect when you made the video? I guess it's content at the end of the day, so keep pumping it out. This video is quite boring, yeah.
Being a kind, caring, considerate person as a goal.
I'm trying.
And despite that, I have been an asshole countless times. I have wronged people countless times.
Glad you're honest on that, not gonna lie, that's real. I mean, here's the thing. This is just a stream. I'm not gonna clip this. I thought I was gonna clip this video and like post it. I don't think I'm gonna clip this. I might have to clip Parry and my just a little debate. But yeah, I'm trying to get through it. It's like, what do we have? It gets worse. If only he could actually like title these sections a little better too. This is kind of pointless. 13 hours later, it gets worse. This is meaningless.
I've got things wrong countless times. Why? Because I'm a human being.
Cool. Then you should have no problem being criticized. I won't attack you for things you've taken accountability for, although I may make fun of them. The problem is you have at many points in time just not taken accountability for shit, or you just repeat the bad behavior after things are all good.
There's two things you can say about me. One, I'm not malicious. And two, I'm really chill.
Why can you not stop lying? What is wrong with you?
I will not chill. One of the reasons why I so heavily embraced the 14 pages meme when it happened so many years ago, and we made so many...
He embraced it when he kept going, you're harassing me. You're trying to ruin my life. Making my life terrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. DarkViperAU.
memes about and shit, and we even made the email and stuff, because I just realized how valuable it was to have a number associated with me and my brand. The amount of money that other brands would pay to have that is astronomical. It just has always sucked that it still has the association with Ethan Klein, and that people lied about it to the degree they think I hate it. So there are people...
I mean, it's funny too, because he doesn't own the 14 pages thing, because he recently went back, and not the 14 pages, he had like a whole... Like, he basically did the, what the fuck's it called? I can't even remember who it is. Dream. He basically pulled a dream and got like some scholar. He was like, this is a scholarly source. They're about to prove that reaction content is evil and destructive.
People who spam is not because they like the meme, not because they find it funny, not because they use it in a way that they think they can craft jokes, as we do, but because they believe they can hurt me with it. I'm reminded each and every day with that meme that there exists a cohort...
Dang, Quasar on a Saturday? Fancy. We gotta come out. I did short streams yesterday and Thursday, so I was like, I gotta come out on the Saturday, and it's been running. We've been going.
Of people that have been so misled, so deluded, that they find personal joy in the idea that they might cause me harm.
You realize that when you say shit like this, you're telling people, this actually does hurt me. Even if you're not hurt by the meme itself or whatever, you saying this shit is the kind of oversharing that feeds the troll, so to speak. He brings up the idea that the meme is associated with Ethan Klein, and because of that, people think he hates the meme. I wanted to take a second to revisit that, because it's one of the whiniest things I've ever seen online.
That very recently I found out that Ethan has something like 6 different sound effects of me on his podcast. Not only that, he has used them frequently for over 2 years.
I got 3.
Why can you not stop lying?
It's technically the same soundbite, but...
Please stop lying!
It counts as 3 because I have it split up.
What is wrong with you?
Yes. That is just really fucked up.
How is that fucked up, dude? It's just sound bites, dude. It's not that deep.
He's not using these in like a wholesome way. He's using them to mock me as a regular thing for years. I don't know how sick of an individual you have to be to do something like this. Like, if he was using it in some wholesome way or shouting me out in some positive way, fine. But he's just using it to mock me.
How is a joke at your expense sick? How do you say shit like this and wonder why people call you whiny?
It's sad that Ethan Klein's announcement of taking an indefinite break from HD was clickbait. As someone who has been incessantly harassed by him for years in front of thousands, he is one of those truly deserving of being driven off the internet. A bully beloved by bullies.
Harassing you?
14 pages!
Because one of my favorite people on the internet, Dark Viper, 14 pages! You remember this guy?
It's 14 pages!
I wrote 14 pages!
Brother, he's poking fun at you. He's not attempting to reach out or get a hold of you, and he's not sending his audience after you. He's doing what you claim your audience does, which is poke fun at your little crash out.
In general, Ethan has never understood the difference between jokes and mockery. He views insults as jokes because he finds joy in hurting others.
I don't think you understand humor, dude. Does Dark Viper...
I do have to say, both Cameron and Dark Viper are a bit...
stoic.
That's the way I feel about it.
Not understand humor?
I tried to emotionally, or even in the public eye, claim back this meme.
Yes! Yes! Dude, this isn't the N-word. It was never that deep. Most people aren't trying to make you feel bad. You looked ridiculous when you crashed out over that, and the fact you can't play along knowing that is why people think these things about you.
The clips I have here all come from YTKS, which is where you can search a channel for particular words. So this thing isn't perfect. It isn't like it's picked up every single time he's done this.
Wait, he made that compilation? Dude, this guy's fucked.
It's simply that responding to drama videos isn't fun compared to addressing those who are genuine. Like even, take for example, I know Ludwig's video, or like the whole React thing with Hassan or Ludwig or XQC. All these videos were dumb, like impressively stupid, but they were genuine to a degree. At no point in their speaking did I think they weren't actively communicating what they actually believe, as wrong as it was.
So I'm not genuine, but fucking Ludwig and Hassan Piker are some of the most disingenuous motherfuckers out there. You at least know Hassan is. I've seen you go after him before, but in what world are those two more genuine than me? And even though I disagree with the idea, even if they were more genuine, how at all does that change the validity of my criticism?
That they weren't like in the process of being like, okay, let's have a nice, fair, rational look at the career of DarkViperAU, give a retrospective on all the things he's done. It's just, where can I find things that will be funny, regardless of how untrue? Because the goal is entertainment. It's not genuine inquiry. It's not learning about me or my stances or things that happen in my life. They don't have a genuine interest in me. They have no fucking idea who I am.
You couldn't be more wrong in your framing of me. While yes, the goal is entertainment.
Shut the fuck up, Cameron. Don't act like you actually have some kind of interest into DarkViperAU just because you're a fan of his GTA content. I feel like that's what he's gonna try and say here. Like, this is wholly because it's content. Don't try and lie. That's why this video is low-key boring.
My job is to make my criticism of you entertaining while remaining factual. I wouldn't get away with making shit up, and I have no interest in doing so. I'm also, again, not making a fucking documentary about you. This isn't the story of your life. It's me saying, hey, dipshit, you can be criticized. Learn how to handle criticism without being...
Well, yeah, but again, the criticism kind of falls flat in some places. This is exactly the same things he said in the first video, I feel like.
Being such a whiny bitch. In this next clip, he gives himself a little leeway into why he's so wrong and why he's been mischaracterizing me and his responses.
Usually, someone else will bring up that a drama video exists and I'll say, can you watch it and tell me if there's anything new or important or interesting that I haven't seen 1,000 times before? And the answer is always no.
Well, someone lied to you because the entire premise of my video wasn't even a...
I can't follow Dark Viper, what Dark Viper says. Everything has the same emphasis. It's exhausting. He does have a lot of energy.
Of contention when all your previous drama videos were released. Right after he all but confirms that he did click on my video to look in the description.
Like sometimes I will not watch the drama videos, but I will just look in the comment, like in the description. In the rare times that they link other videos that they've used as sources, I'm like, seen it 100% wrong, seen it 100% wrong. Wow, how did this fucking dumbass not realize that everything in that video was false?
Dude, look at his smug little fucking face. He thinks he just hit a haymaker on me, bro. Oh shit, you really got me there, didn't you? You're right. How did I not realize that? How? How did I realize that? Fuck! Fuck! Damn it! Fuck! Damn it! So let me answer your question. How? Because I didn't use them as sources for my script, I referenced them as a way to quickly bring up that these controversies happen. I never said I agreed with anything in those videos. In fact, I even said that Charlie got shit wrong in the video I linked, but I referenced it for context. How can you be so confident?
I'd be happy to hop on sometime and express my opinion more thoroughly in the future, but it seems like people have a critical misunderstanding of how Ethan is weaponizing the fair use system. I just had like a 30-minute debate and it got nowhere. There's no point in just keep making videos and maybe one day we'll understand. Keep them coming.
Yet so wrong about what you're talking about. It's great.
But drama creators aren't pathetically smart people. I gotta stop speaking like that. I'm 34. Like, I was also a dumbass in my early 20s. I was overconfident in my 20s. I thought I understood everything in my early 20s. I can't really blame people who are that age for feeling the same way. But it's annoying being in your 30s, looking at these fucking kids, not understanding that they do not understand what the fuck they're talking about.
Wow, excellent anti-insult. Patronize me because I'm a big tart in my early 20s instead of engaging with my criticism. That'll surely show people how superior your ideas are to mine. Him going after my age is particularly funny to me as, when I was subjecting myself to tens of hours of Dark Viper content, I keenly identified a moment where Dark Viper attacked Chud Logic for being too old.
I'm a total maniac! Ah! This is a grown-ass man.
An interesting fact I just learned about Chud Logic is that he is 38 years old. Let that sink in. Look at how Chud acts as a person on a day-to-day. What kind of content he makes. Who is 38 years old, so invested in YouTube drama?
Oh, God forbid.
It is wild to me how many people put forward.
Let's actually see. I don't think Dark Viper talks about. I mean, again, you can point out these, and I'm not trying to like stick up for DarkViperAU because I do think he is also a bit of a tool. But like acting as though he makes like all of these different, like it's all GTA shit. Like you could say he's obsessed with drama or whatever, but what do you expect when all he's doing is playing a fucking like 20-year-old game almost? Or how old is it now? How old is GTA 5? What is it, like 12 years old? Sorry, not 20. I was off. I was off by quite a few years, but 12 years old still. Over a decade old. Of course he's got to talk about some other stuff sometimes.
Forth this idea.
But I think that he mostly focuses on GTA, to his credit.
that in my private life, I'm yelling and screaming and ranting and raving.
I've never heard that, and I've also never said that. But at the same token, you don't do yourself any favors.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! You guys who exist in here mainly, you have no conception of how batshit crazy and dumb and deluded the people over here are.
Ah, beautiful execution of well poisoning. Don't watch these people, they're crazy. No wonder you have so many blind defenders.
But even those who watch this one, they're not gonna watch it again. If Winnie Macho's face has changed for the next dude, it's not going to change the content of the video. It's going to be the exact same explanations again.
First off, why should I have to watch 10 hours of content in order to have the right to criticize you for something else? Secondly, how the fuck would you even know if you don't watch drama videos like you claim?
If your baseline of information you already know is effectively nothing, your ability to suss out bullshit in what you're watching is effectively non-existent, right? You don't know what you don't know.
Huh. Can't this same principle be applied to you right now? You've spent so much time talking about a video you claim to have not watched and are making baseless claims about it. But Cameron, the video is about him. Of course he knows what it's about. Clearly. This response was awful. He acts like a victim while also acting too high and mighty to respond to criticism he doesn't even know about. Maybe that has a part in why.
It just seems like cowardice, personally, LOL. Ran from Kathy and I after being mogged by Parry. Unfortunate. I know. I might have to just pack it up. I'm done. You know, thanks for the watch time. I appreciate it. No, Alex, that one was fine. That was funny. Call me a coward. I don't give a shit.
Why the edited VOD was made members only and the tweet was deleted. Because I'm nice, I won't pull a Dark Viper and force him to watch an hour's worth of my content just to hear my actual criticism. And thanks to these awful responses and 2 new dramas that he got himself into, I actually have even more criticism to add to the pile that, again, hasn't been covered by those pesky drama creators. I am, of course, talking about Cyberboy and TGG. And naturally, as the unfair, bad faith, malicious drama creator I am, I actually...
New fun poll to offset this video. Here, let's ask a balanced poll to the chat. One sec.
Side with Matt on some of this shit. It may not be obvious at first, but in a hilarious turn of events, both of these controversies relate to my exact critiques towards Dark Viper's shitty behavior and moral posturing. And hey, Dark Viper, we can still shit on the quartering together while we're at it. At least we have that in common.
I'm dying inside.
First, Cyberboy. So a little before I dropped my content cop, a smaller British GTA creator known as Cyberboy committed the crime of publicly criticizing Dark Viper after years of glazing and defending him. When I first made my video, I saw this going on in the background and thought it was a bit shitty of Matt to be publicly and loudly beefing with a much smaller creator, even after he seemingly apologized. However, I was open to being wrong since I didn't know the ins and outs, and I said that myself. Now, I don't really know the ins and outs of this situation, and to be very clear, I'm not saying Dark Viper is responsible for this kid's mental state.
I put have instead of has. Whatever iDubbbz have. Damn it. He's not that dumb. I fucked up my spelling.
And I don't know and frankly don't care who is or isn't in the right. I just
It is
think
a bad poll.
it's incredibly shitty
I
of Dark
fucked
Viper
it up. Damn it.
to constantly scream and whine and play.
These ones are for me. I think I'm contracting it from this video. That's the reason I typed it out like that.
Victim against critics, while he can be as aggressive as he wants without anyone being allowed to respond. Now that I've looked into it, I can finally give my take on it. Ironically, the basis of Cyberboy's initial criticism of Dark Viper is very similar to one of the main points I made in my content cop. The only difference being that Cyberboy did a god-awful job presenting the criticism and couldn't be fucked to prove his point with evidence, therefore putting himself in a horrible situation. While I think Cyberboy's first video comes off as reasonable, it fails to show evidence proving Dark Viper wrong.
I hold the stance that if you're going to voice an opinion on social media and you're going to share links and photographs of articles and documents, you should at least make sure those articles and documents are truthful and the information that you're reporting on is entirely correct. Now, in the case of Dark Viper, he weighed in his comments on this whole Charlie Kirk situation, and like I said, he's entitled to his opinion, but I do think that there has to be some sort of social and moral accountability for pushing information that's false to the public. For example, this whole narrative about how Charlie Kirk wasn't able to be empathetic or sympathetic to people was all based on a statement that's been taken vastly out of context.
It also fails to show the context of...
It's not really taken out of context. He said it multiple times. It's not a singular statement. He said that he doesn't, because yes, his point is that empathy is fake and that we should use sympathy, I think. But like sympathy is often almost something you have to force yourself into. Being an empath is like, you know, trying to train yourself to be able to understand people's emotions as they happen, rather than having to do a reflection upon situations after the fact.
Of several Twitter DMs where he had several opportunities to prove Dark Viper wrong. It wasn't that hard to prove. I did it in my original. Here's the timestamp. You can check it out in the description. Then Cyberboy drops another video saying he's being pressured to remove his video by Dark Viper. He says he's worried that Dark Viper will kill his career, expresses that he can't handle the pressure due to his dad's cancer battle, tries apologizing for the way he handled the situation, and then decides to falsely claim that Dark Viper leaked his dad's cancer treatment.
My father was going in for his cancer treatment, which by the way wasn't public knowledge, but you've now shared that all over your YouTube, so I'm trying not to get sarky and antagonistic, but Fuck you.
I can be charitable to Cyberboy and say I totally understand and sympathize with what he's feeling with his dad's cancer, but doing this kind of shit is fucked up, and there's no way around it. It's emotional manipulation, and it's just fucked up. So finally, after 4 days of this shit, now the situation being far away from the initial point of contention, Dark Viper responds and proves that Cyberboy lied about the claim that Dark Viper was leaking information about his father's illness.
He pretended that I leaked that his father was dying. He made this false claim in the hopes of distracting his viewers from finding out about the horrible shit that he did. It was a really shitty lie because a month ago he made a video dedicated to revealing that.
I actually went into hospital to visit my dad. And whilst I was in hospital with my dad, all I will say is my dad's got an illness. It's not curable. It's quite serious. It's something that I'm dealing with.
I'm gonna briefly run through the rest of this because it gets repetitive, but Dark Viper's title and thumbnail implied that Cyberboy is lying about his dad's cancer, which is kind of—
What the fuck? That is insane. Cyberboy lied about his father's cancer to dodge accountability. Like, even if that's the claim you're making or like trying to like put forward, this is not the title and thumbnail you make, just on the offhand chance that you're wrong. Oh, Iconismus is here. I think there's a difference between feeling empathetic to Charlie Kirk's death because he wasn't a good person, but celebrating his death or lying is def not good. I'm sorry, Iconismus. We're gonna have to have a chat later. They sent me a 100 Parry. I had a little debate with Parry earlier. Not very good, but he sent me a 133 page document of your old messages. So I'm gonna have to go through that. I'm sorry to say. But I think you have me on Discord or something, right? Feel free to make your case back. Oh, look, there's an elephant in the room. Like I said, I'm taking nothing at face value. He sent me a fucking 133 page document. I'm not able to just look at that immediately. Who is Parry? Go back like, what, like a 30, 45 minutes, or like an hour now at this point. He's somebody. I only know purple guy. Parry's been after me for a while. I just find that so weird. Does he only punch down? Because I'm not trying to like make any I'm not trying to say you're bad for being a smaller creator, but he wanted to debate me and kept like joking about how he's a larger creator than me, has like fucking like a couple hundred more subscribers. But has he just been, I was like, how does he even know about you? Like, you're such a small creator. Yeah, we'll have a chat later for sure. You're gonna get grilled. Yeah, the gaming guy. His name was Parry. The stream has been wild.
Fucked, and he did end up changing it. In his video response and subsequent stream, he claims Cyberboy lied about the nature of the DMs, points out Cyberboy's narrative shift, and does his usual ranting and rambling. So in response, Cyberboy drops 2 videos where he concedes and apologizes to what he thinks Dark Viper wants him to, and is brought to tears as he begs for Dark Viper's fanbase to leave him alone.
I wrongly mislabeled Dark Viper's stance of accusing people of being racist.
Nah, Cruz missed it. Cruz would have loved it. Cruz would have loved the back and forth. I'm sorry you missed it. JH, you missed so much. He would have been vibing in the debate.
And I made an honest mistake. And I am sorry. I am sorry for the way I've handled it. This is ridiculous.
This shit's fucking gay. However, apparently the apology wasn't good enough because it resulted in a generational fucking crash out.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! What is wrong with you? Like every single thing in this fucking video, your newest video is a lie! All I said, I just want you to acknowledge what you did and apologize! I spent 4 days of my life trying to get you to do that, and at every fucking turn, you said no, fuck you! You wouldn't even acknowledge what I wanted you to apologize for, even in this fucking video! You still would not acknowledge what I wanted to apologize for!
Sir, how long have you had a hemorrhoid for?
4 days! And when I finally go, well, I have to do this publicly, like one fucking video, one live stream, doing the horrible things you did, and now I'm harassing you?
What's my take on all of this? While there are a ton of things I can and will criticize Dark Viper for during this 4-hour stream about Cyberboy, on principle, I have to side with Dark Viper. Cyberboy undoubtedly lied on multiple occasions and handled this—
No, the Emery live, that was someone else. That person I'm still confused on.
situation awfully despite coming in with valid criticism. Don't get me wrong, Dark Viper handled shit like a total baby as per usual, but because of Cyberboy's behavior, he ended up on top. There are some things that are important to take from this, but I'll come back to that after covering the TGG stuff. Total gamer girl. Haha, got him. Dark Viper's ability to make grown men cry strikes again, this time with his longtime friend and podcast co-host, TGG. For context, as we discussed in my content comp, DarkViperAU sometimes likes to get political on Twitter, and as we criticized last time, he made some really untimely virtue signaling tweets hours after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. On top of that, Dark Viper goes on for days days defending his point despite acknowledging the fact that it was a bad idea, and even defends it in a YouTube video after harassment from people like the quartering. And again, I'll echo what I said in my content cop, Dark Viper, you reap what you sow. During this, TGG reaches out in private and asks him to stop. Shortly after, TGG asks to pause the podcast and cancel the pack slot because of the negative PR Dark Viper is drawing towards himself by acting this way.
I don't feel comfortable sharing a business or a podcast with...
My wife freaked out when you said my name and started talking to me, LMFAO. She was like, who are you talking to?
Someone who is getting involved in a drama and politics environment semi-regularly.
Don't worry, I'm just some guy online. I don't know if... maybe it's better. I don't know.
I want to make GTA videos. I do not give an F about politics. Quite honestly, I do not care.
Dark Viper seems fine with this whole thing, but that's where it gets kind of dicey because TGG claims that in his heart, this was kind of it for him.
In my mind, when I canceled the PAX podcast with Matt, mentally, I had already canceled the podcast permanently. Like that, in my mind, I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not doing this again. The reality is no. I don't think I actually explained that clearly enough.
But he didn't make that very clear to Matt, who thought this only meant skipping the PAX podcast, and in private did communicate as if things were going to continue. Dark Viper did agree that they would be allowed to publicly and honestly discuss the PAX slot being canceled. Then in October, TGG let Matt know that he wanted to end the podcast over wanting to steer clear of drama and politics. And Matt really doesn't like this.
TGG had also finally come clean and told me he was ending the podcast, and we had an argument over it. This concluded by me saying, I just cared a lot about you, but you can never be straight with me. You say and do cruel things, and then when I say this hurt me, you berate me and call me a fool for feeling hurt at what you've done. You never apologize. You never concede. You just demand I accept that you actually really care a lot, despite that you continuously say and do cruel things. You demand unfailing belief and call it absurd that I ask to be convinced of anything.
Then TGG makes the podcast cancellation public in a Twitter reply, which infuriates Matt.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. You don't need to reply every comment. You've been in a drama with a dozen pages over the years for this damn reason. Delete your tweets, let them talk. Stop talking publicly, you moron. I can give it a dozen times you've called out critics on Twitter. You have no concept of how many requests I had over the years for me to defend you because of the shit you said or did. So he says, that tweet's pretty fair, no? Which I said,
just say you're wearing khakis camping. I'm wearing sweatpants.
Peacefully delusional about everything. You don't understand what's there. Just shut up. You existed a few minutes ago. Stop typing. Delete. I don't want drama. Look, man, I'm streaming tonight. Nobody asked about it. I made it very clear that I don't want people to attack you, but I want to explain why I ended the podcast. But I said, stop trying to always fucking do instant drama. Say nothing. What excuses you want me publicly defend your brand? I'm not my concern. You've always done this. This was best for everyone. That was best for your brand, and you can barely even fathom the first. Fuck me right.
He talks so fast. This kind of
doesn't even exist. You remember being something other than TGG. I'm sorry, you're very confused about what's happening right now. Delete your tweets. Shut the fuck up. Never mention me again. I don't exist. Ignore comments about me. If there was even shred of sincerity in anything you ever said, delete your tweets and shut up. Which he says, honestly, I'm not sure that I can completely ignore what will be thousands of comments and messages. We have 33k subs, which at least let them know that's ended. I won't respond to threats, man. My tweet was honest. Threats? I kind of said he's not gonna delete them. She walked from a mile away. How was I so blind to who you are?
This all blew up in a huge drama mess with Dark Viper using his engagement as clickbait for his drama response. TGG kept trying to apologize for his perceived wrongdoings, and yet again, Dark Viper refused to de-escalate. One thing that really stuck out to me that TGG claimed happened, and Dark Viper corroborates but tries to say, oh, we were both in on it, is this notion that friends are making sacrifices for each other, and that TGG hasn't made enough
It wasn't even in 2 times speed. It was in 1.5, and that's how he sounded. I do not want to hear what he sounds like in 2 speed. In 2 times speed.
Sacrifices.
Matt said that one of the main parts of friendship, in his opinion, is that friends should make sacrifices for each other. And as a result, Matt wanted me to make a sacrifice for him. This may be hard for some people to believe, but this is true.
No, yeah, I made it out. Again, this video seems like a whole lot of nothing. There wasn't a whole lot that he said right here, even in the quickness. Here, let's hear it at 2 times speed, just so I can hear it again. Here, you guys can re-listen to it.
Damn reason, delete your tweets, let them talk. Stop talking publicly, you moron. I can give it a dozen times you've called out critics on Twitter. You have no concept of how many requests I had over the years for me to defend you because of the shit you said or did. So he says, that is pretty fair, no? Which I said, peacefully delusional about everything. You don't understand what's there. Just shut up. You existed a few minutes ago. Stop typing. Delete. I don't want drama. Look, man, I'm streaming tonight. Nobody asked about it. I made it very clear that I don't want people to attack you, but I want to explain why I ended the podcast. But I said, stop trying to always fucking do instant drama. Say nothing. What excuses you want me publicly defend your brand? I'm not my concern. You've always done this. This was best for everyone. This is your brand, and you barely even fathom the first. Fuck me right. You call yourself Marvel. Doesn't even exist. You remember being something other than TGG. I'm sorry, you're very confused about what's happening right now. Delete your tweets. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's literally just outing messages between him and TGG. There's nothing of importance in this section either. I don't know why. He's just like, I guess, outing him. He's... Again, like, I understand that it's relevant to like what he was saying. I think Cameron needs to be more clear, not just in his editing, but in his scripting, because I feel like certain things feel disjointed even though they're not.
Fuck up. Never mention me again. I don't exist. Ignore comments about me. If there was even shred of sincerity in anything you've ever said, delete your tweets and shut up. Which he says, honestly, I'm not sure that I can completely ignore what will be thousands of comments and messages. We have 33k subs, which at least let them know that's ended. I won't respond to threats, man. My tweet was honest. Threats? I kind of said he's not gonna delete them. She walked from a mile away. How was I so blind to who you are?
This all blew up in a huge drama mess with Dark Viper using his engagement as clickbait for his drama response. TGG kept trying to apologize for his perceived wrongdoings, and yet again, Dark Viper refused to de-escalate. One thing that really stuck out to me that TGG claimed happened, and Dark Viper corroborates but tries to say, oh, we were both in on it, is this notion that friends are making sacrifices for each other, and that TGG hasn't made enough sacrifices.
Matt said that one of the main...
Give me 20 seconds. I need to do something. How long was that? Okay, we're going.
Parts of friendship, in his opinion, is that friends should make sacrifices for each other. And
No. I made sure I was muted that time.
as a result, Matt wanted me to make a sacrifice for him. This may be hard for some people to believe, but this is true. And it goes against multiple statements of Matt saying that he never expected me to publicly get involved, because he did. And I'm going to explain that now. Matt wanted me to make a sacrifice for our friendship to prove my loyalty as a friend to him. He said that in order to prove that I am a real friend and that I don't just care about my brand, he publicly wanted me to sacrifice and put my brand at risk for him. What he wanted was for me to make a public tweet saying,
The subscriber bug is back? What do you mean? Like you can't, can you not chat? Is it telling you need to be a subscriber?
Matt was right and that Cyberboy was wrong about everything. Again, I don't think I've ever been emotionally manipulated more than that.
And again, the thing he's calling emotionally abusive, in text he's saying it's just a normal thing that friends do.
This is weird, manipulative. It sounds like fucking hazing in a fraternity, okay? It's weird, they have conflicting statements on it. If this is true, and Dark Viper, you're really saying this shit to your best friend, you are duplicitous and manipulative as fuck. In this situation...
Why is this music so quiet now? Do you guys hear that? He put music in the background of this. It's so quiet.
If this is true, and Dark Viper, you're really saying this shit to your best friend, you are duplicitous and manipulative as fuck. In this situation, I overall feel bad for TGG, as I don't blame him for wanting to disassociate. DarkViperAU can seem like a ticking time bomb that will explode and become an optics nightmare at any moment. His promise of, I don't want to get into any more drama, was broken ironically over the podcast ending, and the way he frames the situation in his responses comes off as really malicious. Something I thought was really interesting and notable was the fact that both Cyberboy and TGG claimed in one of their responses that GTA YouTubers were encouraging them to go after Matt.
What's the likelihood that 9,000 people saw my video and 10,000 unsubscribed to you because of it? No. You're driving your channel into the ground, and every other Grand Theft Auto creator has managed to message me and condemn what you're doing.
Also, before we end the video, I want to give a massive thank you, not just to the viewers of this channel, but all of the other GTA creators in the community who have reached out to me. I was absolutely shocked reading all of the messages I got from creators big and small, even creators bigger than me.
I don't know what this entails, but I just found that really interesting.
Boy, the teacher's pet pimple face ass wipe looking like they just had a gyno.
To wrap up today's video, I think it's important to show DarkViperAU's pattern of behavior when it comes to dealing with controversy. I'm not here to relitigate it or spread lies, as he likes to say, since he's made peace with some of these people, but I think it's very emblematic of why his reputation has sunk the way it has, and why he seems to be able to get away with it in his community, but nowhere else. It's a self-inflicted cycle that's as predictable as a GTA speedrun glitch. He gets a hemorrhoid over a perceived adversary, lashes out publicly or privately. Sometimes it'll be a multi-hour stream, long essays on his Twitter/community tab or in DMs, and other times it'll be an attempted expose. He does this all while acting like the biggest victim.
Why must my life suffer? Why must I suffer so with no one caring for so long?
He'll claim lies or that he's being harassed. And guess what, Matto? Welcome to the internet. We all get shit. Nobody cares. You reap what you sow. Sometimes he'll retreat after realizing what he's done and make amends, but then claim victory. I wouldn't be shocked if Charlie just didn't want to deal with the immovable object and conceded. Other times he will delete his videos and frame his critics as delusional people working together as if it's some fucking grand conspiracy. And if it's someone he can manipulate or in a space where he has some pull, he will overwhelm things until they fold.
Please stop lying!
I could go into this further, but covering his situations with Rydog, Friendly Baron, Unnamed Charlie, Willie Mac Show, Judd Ludwig, Cyberboy, Cameron Empire, Asmund, Gold Ludwig has either already been done before or will be done by someone with more time on their hands. As I stated earlier, this isn't a documentary. In Dark Viper's response stream, he talked about the futility of responding to drama, and to a certain extent, I agree. The problem, Dark Viper, is that your response videos suck. You avoid addressing the points actually brought up, and I think you have it in you. You're always touting your degrees and shit. Use it to improve your content instead of finding psychological loopholes to avoid criticism. With all of this in mind, I can only come to one overwhelming conclusion.
The video is effectively DarkViperAU fucked the Loch Ness Monster and made 15 half Loch Ness Monster children. Dark Viper fucked the Loch Ness Monster. Dark Viper fucked the Loch Ness Monster. Loch Ness Monster hot.
Dark Viper did fuck the Loch Ness Monster.
I mean, honestly, that's about as relevant as a conclusion as I thought you were going to draw from this video. I've got to be completely honest. I'm so confused. It's like it posed more questions than it answered. But, you know, it is what it is. Please watch Figure Skating. Yes, I did pull up a clip. 2x speed. Which one? Just this? I'll just pick